keep an eye on. But honestly, the water level there is nothing compared to what we're seeing on Flatbridge. So if you're just now tuning in, Category 5, Melissa is making a beeline towards Jamaica. We are watching this airplane in real time as it's trying its best to get there. It's trying to get to Melissa before it starts to weaken so we can record some of the historic pressure drops that are happening in there right now. I don't know if it'll get there in time, though. Let me just pull up all of these individually.
While I have time here, I am going to get things.
So there's some pretty significant street flooding happening here at Devon House.
Whoa. Huh. Anybody?
Is the harbor cam still
anybody
working?
Hear me? Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Is the harbor cam still
Anybody
working?
Hear me? Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
That's pretty impressive.
Okay, looks nice and good there. Over here. Make sure everything's set up on Discord on my end. Oops, wrong one. Let's see, events. Create one. Yeah, voice channels. Weather house, yes.
How come every time I switch tabs, I have to re-hit live? That's annoying. But we should be good now. I can just kind of cycle through them like this. So this is the flat bridge out there in Jamaica. We've seen this water rise several feet just since we started the live stream. This is Devon House, closer to Kingston. What we're watching for here is water inundation. We're seeing some of that. We're watching for winds here at the HWT Transport Center. The Kingston Harbor, this is going to be an incredibly useful camera if it still works during the light of day. Don't know if that'll be the case, but we're going to watch it just in case. Here's another view that'll help us gauge the wind speeds. And then, of course, here's a 4-panel view. Do any of these have sound? Probably don't want the sound, but... Oh, yeah, this one does. Is that annoying? Personally, I like the sound. The background noise. We don't have scanners or anything. I don't know. Not everybody's like me. I like the buzz and like the quietness. I don't like it. But it could be distracting, I guess, in the live stream setting. The ambience. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I enjoy the ambience. And also, like, if we hear the wind get louder, it's kind of like a cue to, like, okay, go check on that camera. The little London camera is back, really? I don't... There's no way. That's not real. I don't think that what we're seeing there is real.
Yeah.
This is far too calm. I know it says, the timestamp up here says 5, like it looks like it's up to date, but I promise you this is not what it looks like right now in Little London. They are getting plumb smacked. So I think that there's just some sort of bug or something there.
Oh yeah. Ain't no way in hell.
So if you're just now tuning in, this is Category 5, Hurricane Melissa. We do have a hurricane reconnaissance mission on the way. We're tracking it live here. And hopefully it's going to get there soon, but it probably will take 2 or 3 hours. But the thing is, the storm is really starting to pick up some speed. It could be making landfall in 2 to 3 hours.
I think it's going to be making landfall a lot earlier than that at that rate.
It's very possible.
Looks like how fast it's going, it might be making landfall here soon. Like, Jesus. This thing really picked up that forward speed.
Sorry, I know I'm zooming in and out a bunch. I'm just trying to get situated here. Oh yeah, the wind. I like having the wind cue. That actually helps. Is it too loud though? I could duck that volume to mine. Let me go to filters, audio filters. How do you do that? Compressor, side chain to mic aux. Hello, hello. Oh, I need to increase the ratio. Sorry, hold on. Bear with me here. Audio test, audio test. Okay, now when I start talking, that volume will go down.
Audio.
And when I'm not talking, it'll go up. Theoretically, that's how it should work.
Okay, that's... okay. Can't do that. Channels. No. Okay. Desktop audio 1. No, that doesn't need to be there.
Yeah, it's
No,
early.
no.
But I appreciate y'all for tuning in. We're already up to about 16,000 people watching. If you don't care, share us out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. Try to get us out there in front of people so people know that we're doing this. We'll be live on the air, free and commercial free for the entire duration of this. Even if we lose the cameras and all we've got is satellite and plane data and y'all bot, and eventually Andy's going to be here. Elijah, the whole crew. We'll do this with just satellite if we need to.
The radar hoodie. Yeah, you should. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is the camera that wind sound is coming from. Somebody in chat said, can you explain the eye wall replacement cycle? So when a storm gets too strong for its own good, essentially, the inner eye wall, the tight, angry ring of convection around the eye, starts to choke itself off. All right, so hurricanes, honestly, it's a wonder that they exist because there's so many things working against them. Like, it is actually crazy that they exist at all. But one of the things that works against a hurricane is its own strength. So a hurricane can get so strength that the inner eye wall starts to choke itself off. All right. And what happens is a new eye wall starts forming outside of that, an outer eye wall. It's like a donut eating another donut. And this only happens in strong hurricanes, but you'll get that inner eye wall really solid, and it starts to choke itself off, and then it starts to fall apart. A new outer eye wall will form out around that, and then that outer eye wall essentially becomes the new inner eye wall, and we call this process the eye wall replacement cycle. The outer rain bands start organizing into a secondary ring, and that usually happens only when the storm's inner core becomes so powerful that it begins redistributing the momentum. So yeah, that hopefully that's a good enough explanation.
Yeah, fucking.
So
Wow.
some more details about that is, it's a process that every hurricane goes through. The hurricane overall does kind of weaken during an eye wall replacement cycle. So what happens is because the inner eye wall starts to destabilize, the maximum winds around the eye wall decrease, but the overall wind field increases. So you've got a larger area of strong winds, but they are overall less strong than they were when we just had the inner eye wall. And it's actually kind of hard to tell if Melissa is going through an eye wall replacement cycle without radar, and we don't have really good radar data from this perspective. We've got good satellite, but it's harder to depict when an eye wall replacement cycle is happening just from satellite. I watched a bunch of people in Port Royal say they were not leaving. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are not leaving, not taking shelter, and it's just really unfortunate. I don't see a world, I don't see a reality where that's a good thing. I don't see a reality where we come out of this without significant loss of life at this point, because the storm is as strong as it could possibly be, literally, and it's hitting an area where people may be underprepared. I hope I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Obviously, stuff down here in Jamaica was built with hurricanes in mind. A lot of stuff in America is made out of cardboard and wooden splinters, and it's glued together. You know what I'm saying? Like, even some really nice houses are not very well built. A lot of the structures in Jamaica, you might look at them and say, oh, that doesn't look as good. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen you guys do it already. We've showed some stuff on this camera. And it's like, oh, well, that doesn't look great. But it's made out of concrete. So, I'm just hoping for the best. Regardless of the structure, regardless of its integrity, it's going to have a hard time surviving 200 mile per hour wind gusts and 13-foot storm surge. So that's why we've been encouraging everybody up here to take this seriously, because it's going to be bad, y'all. It is going to be bad. Hurricane reconnaissance plane is getting it and digging it. I don't know if it'll get there in time. Ground speed's currently 364 miles away. I wonder if y'all bought. Let me try out something else with y'all bought here. Y'all bought Hurricane Reconnaissance Mission AF 303 is currently at position 13.02 degrees north, 70.85 degrees west. It's moving 364 miles per hour ground speed at an altitude of 14,000 feet towards Hurricane Melissa. How long before it gets there?
All right. So Hurricane Melissa is currently centered near Jamaica. The recon plane's position and ground speed would put it roughly 300 miles out from the center of the storm. At 364 miles per hour, it's going to take about 50 minutes to reach the storm. So they should be entering the storm environment pretty soon. The next
I think you're a little bit off there. Maybe you misheard me. Position's 13.06 degrees north, 70.95 degrees west. It's just north of Venezuela, near Coro and Rio Hacha.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying the coordinates. If the plane's around 13.06 degrees north, 70.95 west, then yeah, it's closer to northern Colombia. That definitely means they've got a longer flight to reach Hurricane Melissa. With those updated coordinates, they're probably about 500 miles out.
That sounds right.
Awesome. Glad we're on the same page. Once they get closer, we'll start seeing those recon dropsonde readings and pressure data. It's going to be really interesting to see exactly how strong Melissa...
So would you say about an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark, about an hour and a half to 2 hours until they reach the storm. It depends a bit on their exact flight path and speed, but that's a good estimate. Once they're in the storm environment, we'll start getting those important measurements. Should be exciting.
So I think that there's a chance that we are close to landfall by the time the plane gets there, to be honest with you. Yeah, I can separate Yalbot its audio. I think I'm not going to worry about it. Yalbot's not going to spend much time talking. But if Yalbot's too quiet for the next stream, I will work on making it. I'll put it on its separate audio source and duck it to the background noise. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, this is really bad situation for Jamaica. Still Category 5. I believe personally, now this is not official because we don't have any planes in there, right? But I believe personally that this is likely, at this point, an 895 millibar low pressure with winds of 190 miles per hour. The official stuff from the National Hurricane Center is 902 or 901 millibars with winds of around 175 miles per hour. When we got those readings, the storm was much weaker than it is right now, and you can tell just by looking at satellite. Now, as the storm approaches Jamaica, as it gets closer, it is going to weaken a little bit. So it's possible that it makes landfall as a 901 millibar, 175 mile per hour storm. But I do think that it definitely exceeded that strength recently, the world may never know because we're not going to get the plane in there in time. I don't think. It's definitely booking it though. It's trying to get there. been watching it all night on the Y'allbot Live. Awesome stuff. Yeah, it did a good job, but last night when we ended our stream and I said we was going to send you to the Y'allbot stream, it didn't work. We had the wrong link in there. So there was like 25,000 people that was like, wait, what? So sorry about that. In the future, when we say we're going to send you to Y'allbot, it will work. But if we ever say we're going to send you to Y'allbot and then you don't get teleported, just search it up. You'll find it. Why did they go so long without an aircraft entering? Because they've been out there for the past several days constantly. There's always going to be like a 6-hour window where we don't have a plane in the air. And unfortunately, sometimes that just happens to be whenever the storm's the strongest. There's nothing you can do about it. It's honestly, it's a miracle. And we're very lucky to have crazy people that are willing to go into the hurricanes at all. So we're kind of working on their schedule. Yeah, there's a chance that the recon plane won't even make it before landfall. Flooding at the flat bridge continues to look impressive. Water levels continue to rise, and the flow of water continues to be more intense. We still got some strong winds visible here from the stoplight cam in Kingston. Halfway Tree, this is where the audio is coming from. Honestly, winds have decreased here over the past little bit, but that's, the core of the storm isn't in Kingston. The core of the storm may not reach Kingston. You can see here that the strongest winds are going to be right in here, and the storm's kind of moving this way. So, I mean, it'll be close. There will definitely be stronger winds that hit Kingston. But, like, right now, the strongest winds are going to be moving up towards Alligator Pond, Malvern, Santa Cruz, Pepper, Spur Tree, Black River. Those places are places that are getting absolutely decimated over the next couple of hours. Kingston, thankfully, may not have to deal with the incredibly strong winds, but the storm surge, the heavy rain, all that stuff's going to be a big problem. So, once again, I do think that the storm overall is weakening at this point. It's not going to weaken enough to matter. It's still going to be like really bad. But as soon as the core of the storm starts interacting with land like this, especially land like Jamaica, where there's really tall hills and mountains and stuff, there's frictional effects that are taking place that are going to enhance that weakening. So from this point on, the storm is going to be weakening. Let's just hope that it weakens a lot before actual landfall. But I think that I don't think it's going to weaken enough to where it matters. Like, if it makes landfall as an 895 or a 905 millibar storm, the people who get hit are not going to know the difference. It's going to be catastrophic either way you go there. Jamaicans legit think they'll be fine from this. Well, hopefully most of them are. You know what I mean? Like I said, they've got stuff figured out. They've got they build their buildings better than we do here. Out of concrete and cement, and they've got that going for them. The problem is that I think what's happening is a lot of people down there are thinking about past experience, right? So a lot of times when you say a hurricane's coming, the first thing that'll happen is somebody will be like, oh, well, yeah, I've had a hurricane before, like back in 1993 we had a Category 3 hurricane or a Category 5 hurricane, and it did this, this, and this. And I talked to my grandpa, and he said that in 1897, there was a hurricane, and it did this, this, and this. So I know exactly what's going to happen this time. That is like the wrong thing to do. All hurricanes are different. And also, I don't care who your grandpa is or how old they are. In Jamaica, there's nobody alive that has ever seen a storm hit this hard in Jamaica. So regardless of what the last big storm did, this one's going to be worse. And also, let's say that there was a Category 5 that hit Jamaica just a couple of years ago. This one's going to be different. So I think that that's one of the big problems. And it doesn't matter where you are, Jamaica, Cuba, America. This happens everywhere you go. Somebody will be like, we live here. We live next to the ocean. We live and breathe the ocean. We know what we need to do with the ocean. And like, no, you don't. The people who are most confident usually are the ones who end up getting in trouble. What websites are you using? This is WeatherWise. You can get this app for free on your phone or in your web browser. Just search WeatherWise or click the link in the description. It's free, but if you get the Plus version or the Pro version, you get extra goodies. All right, they're not necessary. You can get all the stuff that you need for free, but you can see here I've got WeatherWise Pro, and it is worth every penny. One of the things is you get more satellite frames. So if you want to look at, let's say, for example, here, 100 frames of Hurricane Melissa, which is actually pretty fascinating, you can do that with the Plus plan. So let me load up 100 frames here, and then we will animate that. But the cameras are in there for free. The satellites for free. Most things are free. You can pay for quality of life stuff and stuff like that. Radar's free, obviously. And normally we have storm chasers out there. Storm chaser Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, Brad Arnold, and Jaden Pappenheim now, and several other storm chasers are all in there and for free. But none of them are in Jamaica right now, thankfully. Very unsafe to be down there for storm chasing, I think. I wouldn't recommend it, that's for sure. Yeah, it's wobbling a little east now, isn't it? Let's put the cone on it. Yeah, so it's pretty much right on the line. Yesterday, all day, it was going west, which, if with the westward trend, honestly, we were kind of hoping that it would continue to go west, maybe miss the island. But now there's no doubt that this is going to slam right in to the area between Alligator Pond and Savannah, Lamar. This area right here is going to be devastated. The worst impacts will certainly be in Alligator Pond, Junction, Malvern, Spur Tree, Mandeville, Pepper, Santa Cruz, up towards Alberttown. And yeah, this is going to keep going after it gets past Jamaica. It'll still be a Category 4 as it makes landfall again in Cuba with devastating impacts, 138 mile per hour winds. And then, yeah, it's going to go up towards the Bahamas as a Category 2 after that. And then a Category 1 up there near Bermuda. So this is our live hurricane recon plane. It's heading up towards the storm. I don't know if it'll make it before landfall, but it's going to try. Yeah, we're starting to get some daylight, which that'll be a good way to track which storms or which cameras are truly online and which ones aren't. So this one is obviously online here. You can see that we're starting to get some daylight. Unfortunately, the water's still rising. This is all from rainfall. And yeah, we're starting to see some daylight on this camera as well. This is our halfway tree camera. The harbor camera is working. And once again, this is going to be an incredible view here if we can keep it live while the storm surge comes in. Here's another view from the halfway tree clock. And then here's a multi-view. Melissa is currently a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of about 175 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure was recorded at 901 millibars. We think it dropped lower than that last night, but we just don't know. It's likely will make landfall as 900 millibar storm. But it's very possible that it got lower than that. It's moving very slowly, about 2 to 3 miles per hour. I think, though, it's starting to speed up, though. It might be moving 6, maybe even 7 miles per hour at this point. As it crawls up towards Jamaica, dropping up to 20 to 40 inches of rain. A devastating, even without the winds, a catastrophic flood that will lead to a lot of loss of life is going to happen just from the rain. Add on top of that 13-foot storm surge and 200-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and you have a generational disaster in Jamaica. Did I even say 6, 7? What are you guys going on about? Oh man, I think we lost some of the cameras. I think we lost several of the cameras in Kingston. Oh man, we might have even lost all the cameras, I think. Is this one still with us? Maybe. That one's down. That one's down. That one's down. They're all down. They're all down. We're blind. Wait, I think the flat bridge came back. Technically, this one should hold on the longest because it's not, the winds won't be as bad here as they are going to be in other places. Okay, we're getting some stuff back. So it might be intermittent losses. I mean, it's inevitable. At some point, we are going to lose all these cameras, but we're just hoping to keep them as long as we can. All right, there's another one of these cameras that I want to pull up. Oh, yeah, you can see debris on this one. So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching the outer bands of Hurricane Melissa move into eastern Jamaica. We don't have any live cameras on the western side of Jamaica, just simply because it's crazy over there. There's no way of seeing what's going on because all of the power is out on western Jamaica. That's where the brunt of the storm is hitting. That's where the worst of it is hitting. Yeah, the bridge is really covered now. The water continues to rise very quickly. Winds are increasing across Kingston. There's the Kingston Harbor. So yeah, we'll keep going back and forth to all these cameras. We also will continue to track this flight. We've got a Hurricane Hunter, an Air Force plane, on its way to Hurricane Melissa to try to get one final reconnaissance mission in before landfall. I don't know if it's going to make it. The storm is awfully daggone close to making landfall. We are likely 2 hours away from official landfall here, maybe a little bit longer than that. We lost the cameras again. Still got this one, though. Yeah, it's See Jamaica on YouTube. Is she still a Cat 5? Oh, yeah. It's a high-end Cat 5. No doubt that it's, there's no chance on Earth that this is going to go below Cat 5 before landfall. With 175 mile per hour winds and gusts up to 215 miles per hour. That's going to be a common thing that we're having to deal with over here around Alligator Pond soon. Now, let me just show you the geography. So here's where I think we are going to have significant tornado-style damage just from the winds over the next little bit. So right in here, Alligator Pond, this community, I think it's safe to say, will be, I mean, devastated, to say the least. Storm surge is likely already inundating a lot of these homes, and then you're going to have very strong tornado level winds hitting this area for a significant period of time. And then beyond that, you've got to think about these higher elevations where some of these strong winds will be hitting as well. All the way back up in here into Junction. That's where I think the strongest impacts will happen. Right now, the strongest winds are likely happening around Flagman down to Southfield. And on some of these higher peaks right along the shore there. So yeah, Alligator Pond, right along the coast. Honestly, this is the worst place you could possibly be for this whole storm. Most of the coastline where the storm's going to hit is empty. It's either just, big cliffs or just nothing, but there just happens to be Alligator Pond here, this community that's right on the coast, that's just in the worst possible spot. So yeah, the hurricane's here, and it's moving up this way. So another place that could be a pretty bad place to be would be Treasure Beach. There's a chance that this ends up right under the eye, or on maybe on the western side. Either way, it's still going to be bad. Maybe just a little bit less on the storm surge side over there. Yeah, and the fact that it's moving slow is just going to make it worse. Even if the winds weren't gusting to 215 miles per hour, even if they were only 100 miles per hour, if you've got several hours of that anywhere, you're going to be dealing with tons of extreme damage. And it looks like meteorologist Andy Hill is with us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, good morning guys. I'm here to answer the questions in chat. Right now I'll just start by answering one of the most common ones, which is how long till landfall, and is directly below Ryan. At any point you can always reference that. So take a peek around all of the outside. Basically the only thing I don't see that we have on the outside ring is what the central pressure is, which we did dip down all the way to 901 millibars, and we'll reference the latest National Hurricane Center discussion whenever those come out for the latest pressure reading. So that number will be pretty static until we start to feel the effects of friction, not just when the eye is directly over the land, but once it starts approaching it too, we'll already start to reach that frictional component, meaning to rip apart that perfect heat engine, which is what the hurricane really is in general. So I'll start documenting some chat questions that are particularly useful for me to answer, and I'll check back in.
Thank you so much. Meteorologist Andy Hill is with us now at the desk, and we'll be checking in with him very often as we approach landfall. Once again, you'll be able to see that at all times down here. This is when we estimate landfall will happen. As we get really close, especially whenever it's down to the minute, I wouldn't pay too much attention to this number, but this is a good estimate as to where we are. About 2 hours away from landfall is what it seems like. Also, if we get an update from the National Hurricane Center and they update the winds, that will change down there as well. You can see C5, 175 miles per hour. That's the official advisory numbers from the National Hurricane Center. So right now we're waiting on this plane to get in there. It's moving fast. I mean, it's definitely making it's covered some ground since we last checked in on it, but it's probably going to make it to the hurricane's eye right around the time it makes landfall. Well, when you say landfall, is that when the eye hits or what? Yeah, so landfall is when the middle of the eye, well, crosses over onto land. So really the outer core of the storm has already made landfall in western portions of Cuba. The storm is definitely hitting, Jamaica. The storm is definitely hitting Jamaica right now, but we don't, document landfall until the eye has crossed over. Still a perfectly circular eye, by the way, which is incredible. The fact that it's still this organized and it's still this strong and it's been interacting with the island for as long as it has is pretty impressive. A lot of times storms will fall apart even with just this much interaction with land. And while I do believe the storm is weakening to a degree, it's certainly not falling apart.
Yeah.
How do you make the satellite image animate? If you're in the WeatherWise app, go down to the bottom left. If you're on like a computer, it'll be on the bottom left. If you're on the phone, it'll just be at the bottom. And you'll have controls down here. And you just hit the play button and it'll animate. You can also select different things. I think you might start off with something that looks like this. If you want the infrared, go to shortwave window band.
Where do you actually live? Do you live in,
Infrared long wave
Jamaica
window
or
band
something?
13. 13 or 14. And then that'll make it look
Why
like
is
what
it
I've
such a
got
big
here.
deal?
And then you just hit that
'Cause you probably can turn,
play
yes.
button and it'll animate.
Oh wait, it didn't know. Oh, because it's hitting the side, yeah? It's the history of the new
Go ahead, Andy.
thing.
Hey Ryan, you explained Landfall, so I've got someone asking what eyewall replacement plus
Isn't it
what a
because
merger
it's,
and replacement would be.
Jamaica's
There
never
is
been hit by a
study
hurricane?
on the most upper echelon hurricanes that involves the merging of eye walls.
Yeah.
And this simply, you can think of it as when Ryan explained earlier, if you were here, said the secondary eye wall forms and encloses
Wait,
and
can you
chokes
show
off the first
a
one, and then becomes the new one. As a
image real
result, we have a
quick?
much larger
I need
eye
this
after that
satellite
process is completed,
can
which
actually
expands the
check.
storm surge outward and the wind field
Go on.
outward quite a large amount. When we get a merge eye wall event, then what we see is the second eye wall does not end up completely connecting like an entire ring. It's broken at some point, and that allows the inner eye wall at its strength to essentially suck in the outer eye wall, not all at the same time, which means it doesn't get choked off and broken down. So it's kind of like not an eye wall replacement, essentially, when it merges that secondary outer eye wall with the inner one. I know, I'm speaking jargon right now, but that's just something the storm has done,
What the fuck?
possibly
There's
has
an
done
there's
according to
another
some
one.
research that has
There's a hurricane
begun
up
into
near,
this since Hurricane Irma in 2017.
somewhere
So
else.
that's a look into that. Someone asked about the width of the eye. It's currently 10 nautical miles. I know we're just throwing out units everywhere just to make it more confusing, right? Well, a nautical mile is 1.15 miles, so it's roughly 11 and a half miles wide per the latest National Hurricane Center outlook. So that is that answer.
All right. Thank you so much,
It's gonna
meteorologist
pick up
Andy
a
Hill.
lot
Guys,
of
keep
wind.
those questions
It's gonna pick
coming.
a lot of
Andy's going to do his best to
wind.
answer as many as possible. Andy is incredibly knowledgeable here, so take advantage of this. Seriously. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a significant situation unfolding here. We're about to experience landfall from Hurricane Melissa, Category 5. You can keep up with when we think it's going to make landfall down here with this live countdown. Also, since I'm already pointing down here, this right here, WeatherWise, that's the app that I'm using to view satellite and view these cameras. If you want to do that yourself, you can download the app for free.
You know what I'm scared of? It picking up this cloud.
What else? What
And
else? What else
possibly
here?
getting bigger.
So we're about 2 hours away from landfall. Hurricane Melissa's packing 175 mile per hour sustained winds and gusts
Because you
over
can see the
200 miles
wind
per
where it
hour.
pushes.
It's about
If it gets
90
close to
or
that cloud,
80.
it's gonna pull it in quickly. Get bigger. Oh, well, why are you asking?
And we're going to try to keep up with all of them. But most of these are in Kingston. This one's not in Kingston. It's a little bit close to Kingston, though. And something that to know
No, I'm not.
longer. And let's say that for whatever reason we keep power
But
today
I'm
and we can
checking the
watch these
phone
cameras all day.
map.
The winds are probably not going to be as strong in Kingston as they are going to be in the western side of Jamaica. So what's happening right now in western Jamaica is likely way more intense than what we're seeing in Kingston. And even as things get
Wait, how
more
big
intense
is
in
this
Kingston,
hurricane?
that's not going to be the true core of the storm. So thankfully, one of the more populated areas of Jamaica is going to miss or get missed by the strongest winds, but we still think there's a significant storm surge risk in the Kingston area, and also obviously a significant rainfall and flash flooding risk, which we can see unfolding here at the historic Flat Bridge, which is completely covered now. I don't know if you guys were watching yesterday, but this was a small little stream with several feet below the bridge visible. Now it's completely covered up, and we've got significant debris flowing down this waterway now too, which continues to increase as the water gets higher and as more rainfall comes. So if we can keep this through the duration of the storm, it's honestly incredible what this is going to look like at the peak flow rate. I don't know what it's going to look like, but the heaviest rain certainly hasn't fallen yet in the tributaries of this stream. So that'll be interesting to see as we
Yeah,
get closer.
so it's slowly moving.
But yeah, we're still rocking several live feeds. If you hear wind in the background, that's just the cameras. I'm leaving that on just as like a cue to go back and check on these cameras, because sometimes we get locked in to the satellite imagery, which is it makes sense because the satellite imagery is plumb wild. We don't it's not very common that you see satellite imagery like this anywhere on Earth. We talked yesterday about how the strongest cyclones usually are in the Pacific Ocean. 9 times out of 10, the strongest storm of the year is a typhoon. But honestly, some of the storms this year in the Atlantic Ocean have resembled Pacific storms. And this storm right here is going to be likely the strongest storm of the year. And it does look like, especially at its peak, it looked like on satellite what we would normally see in a significant super typhoon in the Pacific Ocean, which is crazy. The Atlantic Ocean, we get plenty of hurricanes out here, but they usually don't get as strong as this one. So it's very rare storm that we're dealing with here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I've got a couple more questions here. First one is, will it stall?
Okay, this is
Answer's
what
no.
I'm.
It's accelerating right now, so
Wait,
it'll continue to
never
move
mind.
faster and faster, and that's because it's finally feeling the influence of the trough that's over the southeast states right now, and right into the Gulf there. So that has begun to impart its influence on
You
the
don't have to
storm
check,
and is
but this
bringing
is
it
what
up
I'm
north.
thinking is
There's
gonna
very high
happen, like,
confidence on the track it takes due to that trough being such a large scale
50-50.
feature. It's no doubt got this wind field that's very well predictable. It's hard to mess up that large of a feature with the models that we have. So it's got a very clear path forward. Essentially, the cone of uncertainty is very likely to be followed from the National Hurricane Center. So that's the case on will it stall. I might be on feedback on your mic, Ryan. Just we'll see if chat picks up on that, but I'll keep going for now. The next question was, do the tides matter? And they do, because I looked it up in Kingston Bay. The difference between low and high tide is about 3 feet. Yeah, it is funky. I knew it. All right, I'll fix that before I go on.
Okay. Well, is that on? So it's coming through my mic? Gotcha. All right. Audio. Open threshold. Try now.
All right, how does this sound, guys? Looks like I'm lighting you up a little bit, so I'm not sure.
I think we're good now. On OBS I've changed the threshold, so.
Okay, it sounds like, yeah, I see the chat responding now. I love the delay, but it gives me a little bit of second to collect myself, yeah. Thank you guys, by the way, thank you. So the next question is, do the tides matter? A lot of the case is that we're actually going to be at a low tide, relatively low tide, and when Melissa makes landfall on Jamaica. So some cases on the Jamaican coast, tides will vary only by a foot, such as on the northern side of Montego Bay. And on the southern side of Kingston Bay, we could have a variance of the tide of about 3 feet between low and high tide. So when you have a Category 5 hurricane, you can get storm surge above 15 feet easily. So you can think of the tide as being 10 to 20% of the difference, and that can make a significant difference depending on how far inland those tide waters would go in the form of storm surge. So low tide may be a little bit of a blessing here, but again, it doesn't solve anything that we could possibly ascertain from our positions here. So that's the way to think about tides in this case. A lot of people ask the more basic question, what is the darker red to black colors on the radar here? This is actually the satellite, so not quite radar. And those are the cloud top temperatures that you're looking at. The darker the color is on our scale, which is underneath the words IR satellite in the top right, you can see it go all the way to the right. Once we get into those white colors at the end, we have very, very, very tall clouds where that's occurring. So those are the strongest storms that are punching updrafts the highest, and the tops of those storms will be overshooting tops. They look like the popcorn shape. So that's the case on the Black satellite. That's what that is. It's referring to infrared readings of our cloud tops. The last thing I want to talk about is the Kingston winds. Somebody asked how bad the winds will be in Kingston. You guys are going to be probably outside of the hurricane force wind field for just about the entire time that this passes over Jamaica, according to the National Hurricane Center, because the hurricane force winds are still compact. They're about 50 or 60 miles wide in diameter. So if it makes landfall on the west end of the island nation, Kingston will be on the east end, and it's over a couple hundred miles long. Thus, you will see maybe some hurricane force wind gusts that only happen over 2, 3, 5 second period, but not necessarily the sustained winds, and that's a problem. That's specifically a problem, and we talked about this yesterday a couple times because people in Jamaica who don't necessarily stare at hurricanes for a living like we do, and for a hobbyist's sake, or for information's sake, no matter what you guys are here for, they're going to think the winds are the bad thing. You guys probably think the winds are the bad thing. All of you probably think the winds are worse than the flooding, even though we've told you repeatedly it's the flooding that is the concern. So the problem with Kingston getting, not as much of those winds, not seeing the roofs rip off their houses, the neighbors' houses at any given moment, right? They're going to be like, oh, well, this is nowhere as bad as social media has been saying it would be, right? And they might put themselves back in a vulnerable spot because they're like, okay, the winds aren't going to be that bad, therefore I can go back. And going back might mean going back to a place that would be, much more impacted than wherever the shelter was they were staying. I don't know if we can reach that mentality of those people. Definitely not in this case where we only have a few hours left, right? And the island is losing power to some places. It'll be harder to reach these people, right? But before, we definitely said the same thing, and now it is a lesson to learn from. If these people do go back, the flooding will accumulate passively, and that is the problem because they've put themselves back in a vulnerable spot potentially. And once the flooding happens over time, the decision is, do we go, do we not go? And a lot of people want to defend their home ground. So it's a bad case that they have been prepped so much with social media. The storm has meandered so slowly in the absence of steering winds for so long that they have gathered this intel and think that it's going to be a catastrophic 150-mile-hour winds in Kingston, which is just not going to be the case necessarily. So I am worried about that, and that's why I bring that up. Thanks for asking about the Kingston winds.
Thank you, Andy. And I think I figured out the problem there. Andy is on the same audio source as the wind sound, and we're ducking that to my voice. So whenever I made a sound, it was ducking Andy to where you couldn't hear him. So I've just got to move him onto a different source. For this stream, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute my mic whenever he's talking. Simple fix. All right. So sorry I change everything between every stream. Like at one of these days, I promise that we're going to have everything figured out, and we'll just keep it the same forever. So one of these days, I don't know which day, but it'll be one of them. All right, so if you are just now tuning in, once again, we're doing hurricane coverage here with Hurricane Melissa. Here is our recon flight. Air Force flight is getting ready to go into the hurricane. It's going to try to get in there before landfall. And the reason why it's kind of important that it gets in there before landfall for data purposes is because, it will, so it's already weakening. It's already, having a lot of friction with Jamaica, and that's causing the storm to weaken. But especially once it makes landfall, it's going to weaken much faster. We would like to know how strong it is right before landfall, just simply for documentation purposes. I think we missed out on the storm's peak. But even right now, I think that it would be really nice to know what's going on in the middle of that storm as far as the central pressure and the wind speeds and the eye wall and stuff. Because as soon as it makes landfall, that stuff's going to start rocketing down in the weaker sense as time goes on. But even though we are talking about it weakening, it's still going to be a Category 4 by the time it gets to Cuba, Category 2 by the time it gets to the Bahamas. So we're going to continue to track this past Jamaica, but just know that Jamaica is definitely going to be the place that receives the worst of this storm. Yeah, Prism. I figured that out. So like, I'm just gonna mute myself while he talks, and I think that'll fix it for this stream. And then next stream, I'm gonna have everything on its own audio source. Y'all buy the wind sounds, scanners, Andy, and then we won't have that problem anymore. Are y'all doing anything for recovery efforts, Ryan? As of right now, we don't know. So that's going to be something that we meet about after the damage is assessed and after we're able to talk to people who might need our help. So we don't deploy, we don't go do things without talking to emergency managers or local officials first. We have that down to a science in the United States. We know all the emergency managers. We are friends with a lot of other organizations that respond similarly in the United States, and we know how that works. We've never done anything outside of the United States, so this might be an opportunity for us to kind of observe and learn so that we can do it next time, or we might try to jump right in there and do something. Either way, we're not fundraising right now because I don't know for sure, and I don't want to raise a bunch of money here and us not go. So probably something that we should do is figure out a nice way to funnel donations in there, because I know a lot of you want to donate and you want to help, and it's easy to just go to the Y'all Squad and do that. So just give me some time and I'll give you some solid information there about what to do for that. Right now, let's just focus on landfall and the information that's coming from these planes and the cameras and stuff. Let's go cycle through the cameras once again. Flat Bridge is completely covered up. I'm kind of keeping an eye on this sign, right? So to gauge how much deeper, I guess, the water's getting, I'm watching the sign. So if the water level starts approaching the bottom of that sign, we'll know that it's gone up another foot or two. There's also a person down here observing the water. You see him on the bottom right? Two people. Here's another view of the stoplight cam. Things in downtown Kingston, once again, don't look too bad right now. The one area where things are probably pretty bad right now is going to be the sorry, hold on. The western side of Jamaica, and we have got no cameras over there. No cameras. Power's definitely off over there around Alligator Pond. We did have a camera down here in Little London, and the power's off there. Right now, they're getting hit by some very strong winds, some very heavy rain. Power's out likely on the entire western side. Montego Bay, Alligator Pond, Mandeville. All these places are likely without power right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, a couple questions. First one is, what side of the eye wall will be the most intense? And that actually just depends on where the most rigorous precipitation is, just where it's heaviest. If the eastern side of the eye wall actually has a lot of heavy precipitation upon landfall, which has not been the case for a few times, like Ian is one of the reminiscent ones. If the eastern one does, though, Then we have the rotating part of the cyclone, which is rotating counterclockwise, and thus the translational speed forward as it moves into the island, which is 6 or 7 miles per hour, as you said, with the rotational speed. Those things are added together; they're combined on the eastern side. So in a perfect vacuum, technically the eastern side would would have the potential to be about 5 miles per hour stronger in terms of winds and wind gusts, just due to that factor. But the west side of the eye wall can appear to be stronger than the east if all of the heavier rain is concentrated over there, or even the back side of the eye wall versus the front. All sorts of different things here can lead to the eye wall, some part of the eye wall seeming the strongest. And that's particularly because the wind speeds in a hurricane they drop off just a little bit as you get right to the surface. So basically, right as you go above the surface, the winds increase sometimes pretty dramatically. 10 or 20% is something I've seen with Melissa in this case. And thus, when you have a bunch of heavy rain, all of that heavy rain falling at once is going to tug those winds toward the surface. So you get that mixing of those stronger winds down to the ground. And that can lead to the stronger eye wall circumstances you've seen storm chasers have in the past. And that's why, the west side of Ian was stronger than the east, and maybe we've seen the back side of the eye be stronger than the front side for some of those chases as well, that they've gone through the eye itself. It's just due to where the heaviest precipitation is dragging some of those winds down. Now, that's not going to be the case in the highlands of Jamaica and the hills, where they go up 1,000 or 2,000 feet in the center of the country, because you're basically slicing off that portion near the surface where those winds do decrease a bit, and the strongest winds are just slamming into the windward side of those hills as the hurricane approaches, as the eye wall comes on shore. We'll see that in a couple of hours, unfortunately. So that's the answer for what part of the eye wall is the strongest. You're muted for now, Ryan.
That's going to be something that will happen a couple times. Just to give you guys a heads up, for some reason I never remember to unmute myself. Anyways, what I was saying is the little London camera is working, okay? And it's actually kind of deceiving looking at satellite to try to gauge how intense the weather might be there. Because we don't have radar, right? We don't have the actual radar to gauge what's going on here, at least not high quality radar. And what's going on with the satellite, the cool cloud tops here, is not necessarily exactly the same thing as what's going on the surface in terms of the rate of precipitation and stuff like that. So what this tells me is that the fact that this is what it looks like in Little London right now, the hurricane force winds are even tighter, more tightly packed around the eye than I initially thought. And everything is happening right inside of this area. Not everything, but the vast majority of the strongest winds are happening inside of that area, especially on this side. And that's where we're going to have the biggest impact, specifically around Alligator Pond. Within the next hour and 47 minutes, that's when we think landfall is going to happen. But the winds are definitely going to pick up here in Little London and areas in western Jamaica over the next couple of hours. And it's actually remarkable that it's not more intense than it is yet, but it's going to happen very quickly whenever these winds do pick up. And then I say very quickly, but it's not because the storm's moving quickly. It's because the gradient of not very strong winds to very strong winds is just very sharp. And what's unfortunate is because the storm isn't moving very quickly, once those really strong winds start, they're not going to go away anytime soon. So that is going to be an unfortunate situation for our friends in the western side of Jamaica. The storm is getting very close now. Once again, the countdown here, about an hour and 47 minutes out from landfall. It could even be sooner than that. It just depends on if this thing keeps moving about as fast as it is right now. We got a second plane in the air now. Okay, so we've got two hurricane reconnaissance missions going on. This one right here is closest. I'd say it's about an hour away from getting in there. So, it's possible. I guess it's possible that this could make a pass before official landfall. So we'll keep tracking it as it gets closer. No sign of significant weakening, that's for sure. Technically, on a millibar by millibar, standpoint, it is likely weakening. But as far as the people are concerned in Jamaica, no, it's not weakening at all by any meaningful metric. Yeah, Renee, it will. Category 5. Still Category 5, and it will be a Category 5 when it makes landfall. Should get an updated advisory from the National Hurricane Center in about 30 minutes. Is he going to hit Florida? Nope, not going to hit Florida. This is a very unique and rare storm. Like one of the first things that I see a lot of people say when they enter the chat, I get a glimpse of the chat here every once in a while, and it is a very common sentiment that like, hey, doesn't Jamaica get this stuff all the time? And while tropical systems and hurricanes are certainly not uncommon in Jamaica, tropical systems of this caliber are. Tropical systems of this caliber are uncommon anywhere on Earth. Okay? So, this is definitely going to be the strongest storm that has hit Jamaica in our lifetimes in recorded history. Near Kingston, and then here's another one from Kingston. And here's a multi-view. When will the worst of the storm be? So it's honestly between right now and over the next 12 hours or so. It's going to be moving pretty slow. So all day today, it's going to be bad in Jamaica. It's like it's about the size of Connecticut. If you know how big Connecticut is, it's about half. I don't know. It's not very big. About 4,000 square miles. I don't know how else to explain how big it is. It's about as big as Connecticut. Yep, it's moving. It is officially moving up towards Jamaica now. Once again, guys, if you're just now tuning in, we're going to be here for doing wall-to-wall coverage on this landfall for a significant period of time, however long it's needed, really. So if you want to help us get the word out there, share us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, all that good stuff. Let it get the link out there. And also, if you want to, click the like button here on YouTube, and that'll put us out there in the algorithm. And YouTube will do the hard work for us and hopefully put us in front of the right people. There are people out there that would benefit from the information that we're relaying for free here and may not have an otherwise suitable source to get it from. That's why we do what we do.
Sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure out some better sound effects for my stream later on. So
So how's the hurricane looking? I mean, it kind of speaks for itself here on satellite. It looks pretty intense. This is the latest satellite imagery from the WeatherWise app. It's getting very close to land. No signs of weakening. It's going to make landfall here very soon as a devastating Category 5 hurricane with 175 mile per hour winds, 13-foot storm surge, 215 mile per hour gusts. Once again, there's the countdown. 1 hour, 37 minutes approximately when we think it's going to make landfall. It is a small storm. And we talked yesterday, a lot of people think that bigger storms are automatically stronger, and that's not always true. Very compact. Will the Florida plane get there in time? Probably not. I mean, we'll see. This one's getting, the Air Force plane is getting pretty close, but the storm also it's getting faster. So even though it's still slow, it is accelerating as it approaches Jamaica. So the Air Force plane's kind of chasing it. The NOAA plane is going towards it as it approaches it. So it's a race against the clock here, but we'll see. One thing that we haven't done, share this. Give me just a second. Good morning, Donna. Yeah, we started early. We've been on the air already for 2 hours. I was here at 6 a.m. We're a little bit before 6 a.m. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. This is one of the most interesting questions to me because a lot of people ask about storm surge. And when you look this up for information about storm surge on Melissa, you can't find really anything, which is kind of alarming. I don't understand why that is. So I've compiled some stuff to, essentially model what would happen here from the National Hurricane Center's Beta Storm Surge Scenarios viewer. Assuming everything is the worst from a Category 5 hurricane, which is not going to be the case for every single part of the island, nor will it necessarily account for the east versus west side of the eye wall. But the areas that the good news is that I think part of the reason why we don't see this emphasis on storm surge as much is that there's only a few areas that are going to experience very bad storm surge due to the way the island is along much of the coast. It raises up immediately. There might even be some cliff sides, but it does. We do have elevation along the coastline pretty consistently. So the worst of the storm surge areas that could happen here are where the wastewater treatment plant is to the west of most of the residential area of Kingston. So we have that area. There's also a part on the west side of Ridley's Bay near Hunter's Village, Mitchelltown, Freetown, all the way down there, isolated to the coast, all along Ridley's Bay. Basically, just a little bit of the coast, maybe about a mile inland, would see the worst storm surge effects. And then another area near Black River. We have the low-lying river as it comes inland from the ocean there, and or the Caribbean Sea rather, and a lot of the areas surrounding the river and its little outlets and streams will experience storm surge in the worst case. And that one is one of the more likely circumstances, since Black River, Jamaica, is pretty close to where we expect landfall to occur. So I think that the surrounding communities of Black River and where the river is lowest will see a lot of storm surge in this case, and those are pretty much the worst impacts we can expect, with some more of the mid-range to lower range impacts near the wastewater treatment plant of Kingston and along the coast of Ridley's Bay.
Right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, who is watching.
Unmute.
I got it this time. I got it.
Good.
He's watching the chat and watching the satellite and everything here with us today. Once again, we've been on the air for about 2 hours now. It's currently 7:48 local here on the east coast of the United States. It's October 25th. And we are about 1 hour and 30 minutes away from landfall. And it looks like the vast majority of the really bad impacts from the storm are going to be happening at landfall. A lot of times the wind field around such a strong hurricane will be much larger than this one, but it's very compact with this, which means that there's going to be specifically with the winds, there's going to be a very sharp corridor here on the western side of Jamaica that gets those potentially over 200 mile per hour wind gusts, and it's going to be unfortunate to hear what that means for the people down there and what kind of reports start coming in. We're already seeing some pretty bad flooding as a result of the rain. Once again, we do believe that it is possible that we could see up to 40 inches of rain in some places. And we've already seen 10 inches of rain in several parts of the island. And that's already led to some significant flooding. I don't even think that the tributaries for this particular stream, river, whatever you want to call it, have seen that much rain yet. And the fact that we could double that means that things are going to get pretty serious here in Jamaica. This is the Flat Bridge. Once again, if you were watching yesterday, you saw us, look at this, and it was a bridge. It was a little stream with a bridge, several feet of clearance between the water and the bridge. Now it's completely covered up, and we've got large pieces of debris floating over it as the storm continues to dump an intense amount of rain over Jamaica. And once again, it's currently not even raining, I don't think, at this specific location. So as the storm goes over Jamaica, and even after it gets past Jamaica, once it's the center of the storm is north of Jamaica on the southeastern side, it's going to continue to pull up those rain bands and train downpours over this area and lead to more significant flooding problems and landslide problems as we go through tonight. Yeah, all this flows to the ocean, and the ocean is pushing back and with storm surge, so unfortunate combination of events there. Yeah, we had a big blockage with the debris here. That's been pushed out. So the water's definitely still rising, and it's flowing with more intensity. Oh, did I say October 25th? I saw 25 because it's 2025. And I got a great amount of sleep last night, 3 full hours, so I don't think it's fair to say that I'm tired. The bridge is working as intended. That's right. Yeah, the flat bridge is flat for this very reason, and it's low to the ground for this very reason. They want the water to go over it. I don't think there's a good chance that this waterway will exceed the level that it's ever been before while the bridge has been there during this storm. So we'll see how it handles that. The second plane is hauling. How fast is it going? Yeah, 433 miles per hour. So Noah 2, Kermit, is going 433 miles per hour ground speed to try to get to the storm in time. It's just now coming off the coast of Florida. It's going to cross over Cuba. The other plane, the Air Force plane, is getting awfully close. We don't have a live position on it right now, but it's getting close. It's already recorded a 1,003 millibar pressure, a wind speed of 40 miles per hour. So we'll see what it gets as it gets closer to the core of the storm there. The storm is getting awfully close to Jamaica. We are, once again, just under an hour and a half from landfall, approximately. Yeah, we'll just keep both planes in view here as we await the next data points. Y'allbot needs to get on them trolls. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm looking at Y'allbot, what Y'allbot wants to say right now, and I've got 27 roasts. We're not going to play them because we could sit here all day and listen to Y'allbot yap, but apparently Y'allbot is not happy with what's going on in the chat right now, whatever it is. There is, you know what? I've got to get a Diet Coke. There is one just traditional question that it wants to answer. So I'm going to let that roll while I go get another beverage.
Great question from chat about the eye wall getting bigger. Super observant. You're likely seeing what's called an eye wall replacement cycle. Intense hurricanes do this sometimes. A new outer eye wall forms and basically strangles the old inner one. The storm can weaken for a bit during the process, but once that new, bigger eye wall tightens up, the storm often comes back with a vengeance and with a much larger wind field, kinda like a snake shedding its skin to get bigger. Wild stuff. Okay, Ryan, the situation is serious. My weather intensity score is a very high 83, and it's staying right there. The entire board is dominated by catastrophic Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, which is making landfall on Jamaica as we speak with 175-mile-per-hour winds. It's an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Back in the U.S., we have a marginal severe risk for southeast Texas, a brand new flash flood warning in Haskell County, Oklahoma, and widespread freeze warnings across the plains as a major cold front dives south. It's an intensely active map this morning.
Sweet. Thank you, Y'allbot. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm looking at a question about the storm surge expected on the northern side of the island, something that not many people are talking about or thinking about. What will that be like? What will the timeline be like for the northern side? And point being is it's actually sort of difficult, and I'll have to redo a few models here using the National Hurricane Center's storm surge model. But the way that the storm surge will happen to any vulnerable areas of the coastline that are more flat and come out to a beach rather than sort of a cliffside on that north side of the island would be basically right now would be minor storm surge on the northeastern and north central part of Jamaica because winds flow into the low pressure. So right now they're coming onshore on the north side of the island, meaning they're kind of bringing the mass of water toward the shore. That will be relatively minor since the hurricane is, kind of close or far away from the north side of the island for the time being. So the winds aren't quite as strong, but they are the tropical force storm winds. As the hurricane goes over the island, the north side, from basically the eastern half of the island, the north side will always have offshore winds. The winds are blowing toward the ocean and keeping all of that water from piling up against the coast. But specifically on the northwest side of the island, such as Montego Bay, or is it Montego Bay? Let me check that real quick. Montego Bay. That area will have onshore flow because winds will be flowing counterclockwise into the center of the hurricane, and at that point near Montego Bay, we will have those northerly winds, northwesterly winds that will funnel into the bay potentially for a little while the hurricane passes over and then goes offshore on the north side of the island. So storm surge will be a problem on the north side of the island, especially the northwest side of the island, as the hurricane passes over the island. To any low-lying areas, any exposed areas that are known about on that side of the island. And I can get some specifics there if it is a little bit more widespread than I think.
Awesome. Unmuted. Thank you, Andy. So there's lots of questions coming into the chat. Keep them coming. We're monitoring the chat, and we'll try to answer as many as possible. Also, we've got lots of people pouring in, new people just want to start it off with all the basics. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, still Category 5. It has not made landfall yet. This countdown right here is an estimate. It's probably a little bit too fast, but it's based off of the National Hurricane Center's advisory, which we're about to get a new one. So if, as they update their forecast, that'll update too. So if it needs to be a little bit longer, it'll get pushed back automatically here in the next little bit. But in about an hour and a half, maybe 2.5 hours, somewhere in there, we're going to have landfall, and that's when we expect to see catastrophic impacts in Jamaica. 175 mile per hour winds, and it is the strongest storm to hit the island in its recorded history. In fact, speaking of recorded history, we're looking at this camera right here where there's a historic bridge, the flat bridge. It's been there since the 1700s. That's covered with water right now. Since that bridge was built, it's likely that a storm of this magnitude has never hit the area. So it's pretty crazy what we're experiencing. Landfall is expected today. It's going to cross from the southwest side up through the northwest side of Jamaica, specifically hitting Alligator Pond, Montego Bay, and places like that. Savannah, Lamar, Albertown, Falmouth, all these places are in the direct path of some of the strongest impacts. We've got 2 hurricane reconnaissance planes in the air right now. You can track them in real time here. I'm going to keep them on the screen. This is a NOAA plane right here, nicknamed Kermit, and this is an Air Force plane. The Air Force plane, the green one's going to make it into the storm first. It's literally going to fly into the hurricane, and it's going to tell us exactly how low the pressure is and how strong the winds are at flight level and around the center of the storm. A couple hours ago, we probably had one of the top 5 strongest storms in Atlantic history as far as central pressure goes. But I don't think that there's a chance that when the plane finally makes it to the storm, that we don't have that low of a central pressure anymore because the storm is technically weakening a little bit as it approaches Jamaica. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, the storm certainly still looks very healthy. The eye still looks very well dry. So we'll see. And the plane's going to tell us what we need to know. Regardless of the numbers that come in, the millibars, the miles per hour, if it's 180, 190 miles per hour, it doesn't matter to the people down there on the ground. It's going to be just as devastating, right? So the fact of the matter is the strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica, as far as we know, is about to hit. We just got an update on the positions of our planes there. They are getting closer. So rainfall could be up to 30 to 40 inches in some of these areas. We're already seeing some flooding. You can see that on the camera that we've got pulled up there. And more rain's going to continue to fall even after landfall, especially on the eastern side of Jamaica, which is actually where we have the biggest problems with landslides. The eastern side of Jamaica, right around Kingston, that's where most of the susceptible areas for landslides are, and that's where rain's going to continue to fall throughout the day today, even after landfall. So we're going to have big-time problems with that around Kingston. That's probably going to be the biggest problems that we have in Kingston because the winds around the eye are actually pretty compact. We're not seeing these hurricane force winds spread very far away from the center of the storm. So it's possible that Kingston sees not too much in the way of damaging winds today, but still has significant flooding problems, especially once you get towards the edges of the area where those larger mountainous places are, and we start having water flow down these tributaries into eventually the ocean, which it'll get backed up against because we're expecting a 9 to 13 foot storm surge as well. So it is going to be an interesting situation over the next several hours in Jamaica. Slow storms are always bad storms. They're always worse than the fast-moving ones. It's got more time for destructive conditions to build, more time for damaging winds to cause damage, more time for flooding, landslides, the whole nine. This is a very slow-moving storm. It's moving probably at this point still less than 10 miles per hour. At one point, it was moving 0 miles per hour and to 2 miles per hour, and now it's speeding up a little bit. So one of the things that we're going to look for as well after the storm hits is a significant loss of utilities across the island that will. Who knows how long it'll take for them to come back. So that's something else that we'll try to report on. Once we learn about the extent of the damage, we'll start making estimates about how long it'll take to recover. which it could be a long time. Like one of the things that all of the discussions mention is communities being isolated after the storm. It's very possible that there are groups of people that live out here that will not have contact with emergency officials or the outside world at all for an extended period of time after the storm hits. Let's cycle through the cameras. Here's Flatbridge. Water's still rising out there. The heaviest rain is still on the way. Here's Jamaica or Kingston. Honestly, doesn't look that bad. Doesn't look that bad in Kingston right now. Thankfully, the streets are empty. I mean, it's a ghost town out there. People are definitely hunkered down except for this guy. This guy looks like he's prepared, though. This is Little London, which it looks like this one might have went down. Like I said, this one's going to be intermittent, and this will be the first place that takes on significant damage, at least that we can see, at least that we have a camera for. I'm surprised that it is working. There we go. We just got another update from it. So we'll see how long this camera holds on, but this is where some of the really strong winds will hit first, at least in the areas where we have cameras. Here's the harbor at Kingston. And here's another view of Kingston. And here's another view. And here's a nice multi-view that we'll try to keep up as much as possible. And let's see here. Let's go back to the WeatherWise app. All of these cameras, by the way, if you want to view them yourselves and you want to look at the satellite on your own phone, on your own computer, you can get the WeatherWise app. There's a link in the description, and it's free. Just click the little cameras here, and they'll pop up for you. After the storm hits Jamaica, it is going to continue up towards Cuba, and it is going to hit Cuba near Guantanamo as a Category 4. Beyond that, it'll weaken some more. It'll hit the Bahamas, specifically Crooked Island, as about a Category 2. And then it'll go up towards Bermuda about 3 days from now as a Category 1. So it's going to weaken pretty quickly after it gets past Cuba, which means that the impacts to the east coast of the United States will probably be less than some of these other very strong storms that we've had out in the Atlantic, but it'll still cause some rip currents and some swells. So that's pretty much the gist. The plane that we're waiting on getting data from is getting much closer. So that's kind of like the next thing that we're going to be waiting for here. Let me pull up the cone. Yeah, so the way that our landfall countdown works is it takes the current speed of the storm and this track point, and it estimates the landfall of based off of that. So if we get a new, is this the new one? Is this the 8 a.m. cone here? If we get a new one, that calculation should update if it needs to be updated. But the thing is just know that this is an estimate, right? That could be fast. We might be closer to 2 hours away from landfall. Kat says, thanks so much to you and Andy for this impressive and professional international coverage. Well, Kat, thank you for the very kind words. This is our first time doing anything outside of the United States, covering anything like this. So a little different, but we're glad to be here for y'all once again. If you're just now tuning in, we're getting up there. We've got about 35,000 people watching. If you want to slap that like button here on YouTube, you might help us get in front of some people who need the information and don't know about us. So consider hitting the like button or sharing us out there on social media. Any storm chasers there? Hardly any. There's a couple. I'm in contact with all of them. None of them are transmitting a live stream. For the most part, at least as far as I know. Some of them are sending video clips, and we'll try to show some of those as they come in. Thank you, Jackson. And thanks, Anders, for being a member for 44 months from Stockholm, Sweden. Huge shout out to Anders. Buto says, I sent this to my coworker. She has family in nursing homes over there. I pray for the health and safety of everyone. Buto, thanks for the support, and hopefully everybody's okay over there. Once again, we're doing everything we can to relay information as it comes in. So far, not a lot of news out of Jamaica. It's kind of just like the very eerie calm before the storm in most of these areas. I think we're probably starting to see some significant impacts in extreme southwestern portions of Jamaica, but we're not hearing anything out of there just yet. Melissa is likely to be the strongest hurricane ever recorded and make landfall in Jamaica. The camera in Maypen keeps cutting out. Yeah, that one's been out for a while. The plane is getting closer. Yep, we are probably less than an hour now from the plane getting in there. Maybe even less time than that. It's very close now. It did just record a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust way out here outside of the storm. The next reading that we get will probably be something a little bit more intense, probably 70, 80 miles per hour, and then we'll get something from the eye, which the eye still looks so good, by the way. Like there's no sign of weakening here. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is not weakening on her final approach to Jamaica, y'all. We've got extreme winds of 175 miles per hour and just a absolutely astonishing low pressure of 901 millibars. It's the strongest. It's one of the strongest storms in Atlantic history. Certainly, if it makes landfall around 900 millibars, it'll be one of the strongest landfalling storms ever. After Jamaica, this is going to go towards Cuba. Yep, we expect it to make landfall west of Guantanamo as a Category 4. Is this the first flight of the morning? Yeah, so when After the flights last night, we ended the stream. There haven't been any more flights through the eye until now. This is brand new. Latest information. Nikki, thanks for becoming a member. $800s. It's possible that it's in the 800s. Definitely. How big is the eye? About 10, 15 miles. 11, 12, somewhere in there. In diameter. I've seen this guy in several of these cameras. I don't know what he's doing, but he's making his way around Kingston. It looks like the little London camera might be down now. Maybe it might come back again here. Harbor camera still going, still good. And yeah, I mean, you still got people walking around out here, and in Kingston, once again, I don't think we'll see as many problems with wind, but it's still going to be a very, very impactful storm over here. The worst of the storm is probably a couple hours away. Marky, thanks for becoming a member. And Anthony, shout out to you for the 5 gifted. Ryan, can you explain yesterday why the pilots had to abort their flights through the hurricane, but now they're able to fly through it? So it's really up to the pilot, right? There's not like a certain level of intensity that the storm has to be. It's not like they turned around because the storm was too strong specifically. It was something about their approach and the specific part of the storm that they were going in, and just something happened that made the pilot want to abort the mission. Sometimes they'll go through a very, very strong storm and that doesn't happen. Sometimes it's not as strong and it does happen. It's a case by case thing. The pilots can handle a lot. So whatever it was, the turbulence level, whatever it was obviously pretty bad. Looks like Jamaica is still there. Yes, Jamaica is definitely still there. The strongest part of the storm has not made it to Jamaica yet. It's getting there. It's getting there, especially right here where it's going to make landfall. Conditions are definitely deteriorating there. The strongest winds are locked in to a tight area right around the core. So it is a special plane, but it's not like it's just it is a plane. All right, we just got an update from the plane. The live location here now puts it right at the edge of the storm, so we'll start getting some interesting readings now from the sensors as far as the winds go. We're probably still 15 to 30 minutes away from having anything from the eye. Yeah, the planes they're rugged planes, but they're not invulnerable. They're not anything. It's not like they're using some sort of special technology that allows them to be hurricane proof. You know what I mean? Like, it's a dangerous thing. Stuff could go wrong. The planes get flung up and down hundreds of feet. You know, you got to have a great stomach to be in there. But there's just some really brave people who love doing it that allow us to get the data that we need. Is Y'allbot going to show up today? Yeah, Y'allbot's here right now.
All right, Ryan, quick update from the chat. Folks are really focused.
I guess not, actually. Oh, there we go.
All right, Ryan, quick update from the chat for you. Everyone is absolutely buzzing about that Hurricane Hunter plane, with tons of questions about why it had to abort its mission and how intense the turbulence must be. Folks are also getting really specific, asking for impact details in towns like Negril, Ocho Rios, and Kingston, with a lot of people pointing to the Black River area as the likely landfall spot.
Yeah, so I think we've touched on all of that. Black River is likely the landfall spot, Alligator Pond, somewhere in there. Kingston, the strongest part of the storm for Kingston will be working in within the next hour or so. And it will be happening for several hours after that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just an update on the surge levels again for the western tip of Jamaica and also the northern side of the island, since storm surge is seemingly difficult to access and may not be the main topic for areas that aren't the Black River, low-lying areas, and the wastewater treatment plant in Kingston. And the west side and around Ridley Bay. So on the north side, in particular in Montego Bay, which is how you pronounce that, the storm surge will impact all the low areas there, especially once the hurricane is over the island itself. The winds will start to shift pretty dramatically from the northwest and from the north, thus entering the Montego Bay area. So we have the seaside. Seawind Beach. Seawind Beach is on the western tip there in the bay, and then there is a low-lying area with a bunch of businesses and one residential area that will probably experience some considerable storm surge. It's called Catherine Hall on Google Maps there. In addition to that, we have the international airport in Montego Bay that will also take on some storm surge. So there's some residences right on the outside of the airport there that will likely deal with some storm surge flooding, saltwater flooding due to this. And then for the rest of the north side coast, on the west side of whatever track Hurricane Melissa takes over the island, so perhaps Salt Marsh and St. Brandsburg, these areas, anywhere that is right along the immediate coast, will probably experience storm surge with the northerly winds on the west side of the hurricane as it passes over the island. So those are the areas I'm concerned about. A lot of the residential areas near like St. Brandsburg are quite elevated, so it's really going to be confined just to the immediate coastline. But there are still some concerns like that one residential area in Montego Bay. And then also on the west side of the island near Negril, we have a really large area of mangroves, I believe, that is quite low level just to the north of the town. And then the elevation increases on the southern side of the town for almost all of the residential areas here. So I think that'll be just outside of that hurricane force wind field as it passes over the island, and thus we'll probably see moderate storm surge there, maybe 9 to 12 feet at most, which will cause some saltwater flooding here in parts of Hanover Parish, but I think the higher elevations, as long as you're not immediately on a low-level beach, that would be relatively fine. Your main concern there is where we swap over to landslides and mudslides due to extreme precipitation and the winds that dislodge, and rocks and so forth that cause a cascading effect. The landslides will cut off communities from the National Hurricane Center and messaging. We will likely have communities be cut off just due to that. So where you're not seeing the storm surge immediately on the coast, your main concern pivots to the flooding, which is landslides and mudslides are a part of the flooding concern just due to how they unsettle our natural terrain there. So we have to be thinking of that inland as it passes over, and we have to think of a little bit about the storm surge in those low-lying areas on both the south and the north side of the island. And
all right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we are entering the worst zone of the storm, okay? The worst part of the storm is coming into Jamaica. We're going to start to hear reports that are pretty unfortunate from the western side of Jamaica. This is happening now. We are within an hour of landfall, potentially an hour from now, hour and a half, somewhere in there. We're going to have official landfall, and we will update our graphic to represent that whenever that happens. But just so you know, if you are just now tuning in, we are entering the worst zone of the storm. The storm is currently testing infrastructure on the western side of Jamaica. We're losing some of our cameras. Power outages are being reported. But so far, it's not been bad. It's not been terrible from everything that we've heard, but that's because the strongest winds are very tightly packed around the core, and that core is coming into the the town right now, or I'm sorry, the island. My bad. So if you're just now tuning in, it's about to happen here in Jamaica. The strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica in recorded history is coming onto shore. So we've got another update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ren, right before we get into the recon data, we should show them what exactly those hurricane hunters are going to be looking at when it's sunrise in the eye. We have a video from yesterday that's public available, and is it's basically the best video of a hurricane eye I've ever seen in our modern era. So we'll show you that video. You can imagine the hurricane hunters in that plane that's on Ryan's screen right now, flying into that and seeing this once again 24 hours in advance. It has not yet calmed in intensity. So like it looks like that right now, and that's what's gonna head over these areas wherever it does make landfall near the Black River area in Jamaica. So imagine seeing that from the surface. You could, if you're unlucky enough, I would say in this case. Unlucky, definitely. Oh, and speaking of unluckiness, I just wanted to say that this is an unlucky event. There's no question about it. No doubt in my mind. Like, there's just nothing good about this. So when you are sitting there and analyzing that with us, and the gravity of the situation, you just know there's people who don't care or haven't prepared or don't want to leave. It's the same story every hurricane, right? You know that there are going to be consequences of that, and you know that landslides are particularly deadly as well. So if you get overwhelmed, it's not soft to take a break from absorbing this sort of information. It is definitely my recommendation that you look out for yourself too, because we can all sit here and do this, but like, what can we absolutely contribute on an individual scale at this point in the storm's path? You don't need to overwhelm yourself with the information that comes out, because it can be unhealthy. So just want you to look out for yourself just in case that becomes a concern. And we'll do our best to keep you updated in the meantime.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. And we'll keep that. This is real, by the way. This is real footage from the Hurricane Eye yesterday, and it's pretty similar to what it looks like right now from one of the aircraft that's about to go through. Again, we're moments away from getting another look into Hurricane Melissa in terms of its strength and its power. Here, we're about to get that brand new reconnaissance data as this flight right here is about to go into the eye. Let's see here. Does look like Brandon Clement's out there. He's not doing a live stream, but if we can get that, we will. We will. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, I've got to make this clear. We've been live for a while. We went live last night. We were just watching the planes fly into the storm. We went live really early this morning. A lot of you probably didn't get a notification. Sorry, I was up. I was like, hey, we're going to go live. We're going to go ahead and start covering the storm. But we are just now entering a devastating hurricane phase, though. So the reports are going to start flying in here soon. We'll have some imagery to show you, but the main thing that we're going to do, at least for right now, is focus on the live cams that we do have closer to Kingston and this hurricane reconnaissance data. And then also any official news that comes in. I'll break it as it comes in here. So within the next 5 to 10 minutes, we'll have some new recon data coming in that will tell us a lot about the storm. I'm honestly pretty fascinated. I'm pretty interested in what we're about to learn here from this storm because, we're getting a pass right before landfall. So whatever the plane measures is going to be the strength of the storm whenever it makes landfall. So we're going to have really good documentation of exactly the caliber of storm that's going to be hitting here near Black River and Alligator Pond. I still think that it's probably very low 900s with 175, maybe even 180 mile per hour winds. And that is going to be, once again, devastating. I don't know how many times I can say that, but it's very important that we know that this is going to be a very devastating storm for Jamaica. The plane got there fast. Yeah, this one got there fast, and there's another one coming in right behind it. This one took off from Florida. It's completely over Cuba now. So it'll be, another hour or so before that one gets in there. But we'll have another pass through the eye likely once the storm is over land. Can you explain what the colors on the satellite mean? Yeah, we've covered this a couple times, but to put it very simply, the colors on the map simply represent the coldness of the cloud tops. So we assume that colder cloud tops are taller because usually you get colder as you go higher up in the atmosphere. So we're looking at the coldness of the cloud tops, and we paint those with the darker colors. So the dark reds, the dark blacks, and then into the whites. That's some really cold cloud tops, meaning that we've got some very tall, dense clouds there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, and building on that point, a lot of people have asked, how do the hurricane hunters fly into the storm? You can see from that video that they actually do go through the eye wall. They don't go over it to get into the storm. And that can be part of the reason why they make a decision to turn around, or if there's a particularly vigorous amount of convection on the side that they're flying into that may make it a bit too bumpy. We're approaching the limits for a current modern technology airplane to fly into this sort of updraft and movement in a storm that would exhibit safe G levels for flight, or just actually unsafe enough for them to have to redirect. And it's really interesting, the intersectionality between the technology of the planes that are flying in and the upper echelon, the near limit of the strength of a hurricane in this region, how they kind of just barely meet up to where the G forces could just be too extreme for them to enter at any given time due to the convection around the eye and the eye wall. So it is always impressive to me that they do that, but they enter at a consistent pressure level and make measurements in that way. So that way we have a consistent way to reduce the immediate measurements that they make at that level to, something at the surface using a common calculation. That is how they go through the storm, how they fly through and give us this information.
Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we are entering an absolute worst case scenario for Jamaica, especially on the western side. We're about to have the strongest hurricane that's ever hit the island make landfall here within the next 45 minutes to hour and a half. And we're going to be live here trying to give you as much details and info as possible. We've got planes in the air giving us live recon data. We've got cameras all over the island. And of course, there's people down there that are going to be able to give us reports in real time as stuff happens, as long as we can maintain communications. We'll be relaying that to you. The eye of the storm is approaching the Alligator Pond and Black River area right now, and the plane is going through the eye right now. So this is what that plane is seeing right now. This is not from today. It'd be cool if we had a live view from the plane, but this is essentially what they're seeing right now. This is sped up a little bit to kind of show the effect, but they're punching through the eye on the eastern side, and they're flying through it, and they're going to go through on the western side and go back into the storm. So right before they punch through into the eye here, they're recording the flight level winds. That's where we're probably going to discover that there's still 170 to 180 mile per hour winds there. They're going to drop a drop sonde in the middle of the eye, and then that's when we're going to try to extrapolate the surface pressure and figure out if the storm's dropped pressure or increased. If the number is lower than 905, 901, I guess, then the storm is stronger than it was last night when they measured it. So that's what we're waiting on now. We are just minutes away from some very valuable reconnaissance data. Probably one of the most anticipated flight passes ever here, as once again, the strongest storm that has ever hit Jamaica is right on the doorstep of Black River and Alligator Pond. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I want to address the countdown timer for landfall. We're definitely not 45 minutes from landfall, so our little program that we have there is going to be a bit off. We'll definitely see that countdown before landfall is even close. So by my visual estimation, I think it's about 2.5 hours. I don't think it's anywhere near 4 hours or 45 minutes, but actually right in the middle of that. And funny enough, in hurricane forecasting, usually we take the ensemble mean is the most skillful forecast. A mean is a very powerful forecast. So using the two different landfall timers there actually gives us a pretty good estimation. So I would say that we're going to see landfall around 10 a.m. Central or 11 a.m. Eastern time in that area, that southwestern area of Jamaica there.
All right, thank you, Andy. So I'm going to write. I'm going to try to turn that off, and then we'll come back here. But just know that is an estimate, and it's automated based off of the National Hurricane Center and a bunch of different stuff. But the fact of the matter is, we're getting close. I mean, you can just look at it here and see that the storm's getting close. But the thing is, it's moving so slow. It's moving so slow. National Hurricane Center says that it's going to be 2 p.m., and the storm is going to be Category 5 right here in the middle of the island. It's currently 8:30 a.m., and it's still pretty well offshore. So somewhere in the middle there is when it's going to make landfall. By the way, it's still right when the storm is over the island. It's projected to still be a Category 5 with 167 mile per hour winds, which is crazy to think about. All right, let's go back to some of these cameras. See if we can see anything. Honestly, it's still not looking too crazy on any of these. The water continues to rise here at Flatbridge, but for the most part, things are still quiet, especially closer to Kingston. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat from y'all. Give me just a second. I'm going to do something with the overlay here.
All right, Ryan, here's what the chat is buzzing about. Folks are locked in on the latest data, asking for the current pressure and wind speeds. And there's a lot of curiosity about the Hurricane Hunter aircraft and how they operate. A recurring question is whether a storm this powerful can also produce tornadic activity.
And the answer to that question is yes. Andy talked about this yesterday, and it's something that it's another thing that we wish we had radar coverage for, but especially on this side of the storm over here, there's almost certainly a bunch of water spouts and tornadic supercells that are happening over there. This will continue to be a problem in eastern portions of Jamaica, likely even after the storm's center passes. And it's also going to be a problem for the eastern side of Cuba and even western portions of Haiti over there. But the core of that problem right now is mostly over water. We are minutes away, y'all, from getting our official data in from this reconnaissance pass here. The plane is in the eye of the storm right now. We're just waiting on that official data to come through, parsed and ready for us to read. And it'll be really interesting to see what we've got going on here, because I guarantee you that the storm is weaker now than it was an hour ago or 2 hours ago, but I still believe that it's probably stronger than it was 7 or 8 hours ago whenever we got the last reconnaissance pass. So the storm's going to come back as stronger, right? But I still don't think that we're getting a peak measurement here. So once again, we are now probably seconds away from understanding the true power of this storm as it makes landfall, as it approaches landfall in Jamaica. So I've got the inside scoop here. I've got the data on the back end before it gets parsed here, and it is stronger than the last pass by far. I believe if we're reading this right, and it could be a little off here, but if I'm reading this right, I believe it's going to come back as about 893 millibars, which will absolutely put it as one of the strongest storms ever in the Atlantic. And maybe if it can maintain that pressure as it makes landfall, probably we'll have to look in. Is that the strongest landfalling hurricane ever? I don't know if we've had any. Yeah, look here. There it is. 893.5 millibars. That's it. Holy smokes. Wow. This is unbelievable, guys. This storm is just crazy. I can't believe that. 893. And once again, like I was saying, I think that it could have been even deeper a few hours ago. It's possible that this was 889 at some point before the plane got there. But regardless of that, like, I mean, my goodness, like this is, once again, an unbelievably worst case scenario for the people of Jamaica. So yeah, the lowest pressure ever recorded in the Atlantic is Hurricane Wilma in 2005, which bottomed out at 882 millibars, but it didn't hit land at that intensity. Andy saying 892 from Labor Day, that was landfall. So it looks like this will be right up there with the lowest pressure with a landfalling hurricane of all time in recorded history. Oh my goodness. And it looks like we got 182 mile per hour winds there on the eye wall too. So, yeah, definitely quite the recon pass there. 893 millibars. That's going to go down in the record books. I'm surprised it's that low. Honestly, I thought that it was maybe that low a few hours ago, and maybe now it's starting to increase a little bit. But this is just a really bad news for our friends in Jamaica. This thing is holding on to its full intensity as it makes landfall. So if you are just now tuning in, we've got breaking news. We've just got a recon report coming from this plane that just went into the eye of the hurricane. This is what they saw. Essentially, this is from yesterday, but this is what they were just flying through. And we got a recon report confirming a central pressure of 893 millibars inside of Hurricane Melissa. To put that into perspective, that's not just low, that's historically low. This lower than Katrina. It's lower than any hurricane that's probably popping into your mind right now. Only a handful of storms in recorded Atlantic history have ever been stronger. And definitely none of them have really been stronger at landfall. So this is an unprecedented, uncharted waters in every sense of the phrase. That inside of the eye of the hurricane is over 100 millibars lower than normal, which is kind of like climbing 4,000 or 5,000 feet straight up into the atmosphere. But that's on the surface thanks to the storm bringing down the pressure. All right, I'm going to make some adjustments to the overlay. Give me just a second here.
All right, Chet, I see everyone freaking out about that 893 number, so let me break it down. That's the storm's central pressure in millibars. Think of it like the weight of the air. A normal sunny day is around 1,013 millibars.
It's not in Texas, it's not near us, I don't care.
You've basically got a massive atmospheric vacuum. All the surrounding air rushes in to fill that void, and that rush is what creates the catastrophic winds. So yes, lower is stronger. For context, Katrina made landfall with a pressure of 902. This thing is a monster.
Katrina, I don't think it made landfall at 902, but at its strongest point, it was at 902. So this is quite literally one of the strongest storms of all time. All right, let's go back and let's take a look at some of these cameras again. We should start to see some deteriorating conditions in some of these areas. Right now, it's still not looking too bad in Kingston. We definitely do see some more wind, though. I can see some of the power lines swaying around and stuff. This camera in Little London, I think it's still coming in and out intermittently. But it's definitely out right now. Here's the Kingston Harbor. You can see those white caps.
Well, I just tried
Things
to
are
check
definitely
mine,
about
and
to
it wouldn't
increase in
let me.
intensity over there.
So I
We've
went
got
to
another
log back
view
into
here
yours.
of
You want to let me
Kingston.
log back into
That looks
yours
like
again.
the stuff's starting to deteriorate over there as well. But looky here, we've got people walking around
It always happens
like
every
it's any other day.
month on the
Again,
28th, early this morning.
we've seen this throughout our coverage
This
here.
shit fucks up.
And something that Andy talked about earlier is like maybe people are getting tired of hunkering down. Maybe they're like, hey, this storm is not doing anything. So we're going to start maybe seeing people venture out a little bit, and then unfortunately be surprised by the strongest part of the storm as it comes in. And here's a kind of a multi-view of different parts of Jamaica as the storm comes in.
I'm not trying to be an ass when I say this, but your health is more important than a goddamn storm. Go to bed.
So if you're just now tuning in, we've got major Category 5 Melissa getting ready to make landfall in Jamaica. It's over now from landfall, but it's
have
getting
already
very
fucked
close.
up, said you have not been asleep. Get your ass off of fucking YouTube and go get your ass to bed. And get some goddamn peace.
Literally
Or I will stuff fucking tobacco so far up your nose, you'll be snorting that shit for the rest of your life.
Let me explain something to you.
That's legit, like science. That's physics. Like it's whenever
I would be more concerned about what's going on in your own country.
No, that's like
with your own country people.
This hurricane
than what's going on in Jamaica with that fucking storm right now.
Of what the Earth's atmosphere can physically.
And the reason I say this is because President Trump,
unfolding in real time.
3 days ago, ordered our National Guardsmen and 1,800 of our soldiers.
So we'll get another.
Just go to fucking bed.
You know, if you zoom in on your WeatherWise app, if you zoom in on the satellite, there's no sign of weakening or destabilization or anything. So, I mean, the next pass could be even lower. I mean, who knows? This storm is just full of surprises, man. This is an incredibly powerful and stable and well put together storm for a storm that is, I mean, a good percentage of it is now interacting with the landmass of Jamaica. Normally you would see that start tearing this apart, but it's handling it like a champ. And by the way, if you want to follow along with the satellite and all the cameras and stuff, download the WeatherWise app. There's a link in the description. It is free. You should get it right now. When you open it up, it won't look exactly like this. You'll want to come down here. You'll want to come up here and make sure you select satellite. And then you'll want to come over. If you want to look at the same product that I am, you'll want to hit to infrared long wave, band 14, hit play, and then that'll animate it. And then you'll see these cameras, and all you got to do is click on them, and they'll open up. Okay, yeah, Little London's still working. That's crazy. Click on them, and they open up. And you can kind of you can do this on your phone, Android, iOS. Links in the description, WeatherWise. You can also do it in your browser, weatherwise.app. The eye is very circular, yes. Yeah, so in the next little bit, we are going to have another hurricane reconnaissance update. So first of all, it's going to be interesting to see what the plane gets on the other side of the eye, we have a chance of breaking the 182 mile per hour wind record that it's already set for itself. And then right after that, this plane, a NOAA 2 or Kermit, is going to go through and give us another reading. So 2 more maximum winds and then 1 more central pressure reading. So somebody in the chat said, how do the planes survive this? So the main thing is that they are slicing through the storm at very specific altitudes. Normally, if I pull this up, you'll notice that it's always between 8,000 and 10,000 feet. That's where the air is thick enough for control, but below the worst turbulent bands. Beyond that, there's no magic. There's nothing to it other than there's some crazy people that are flying an airplane in a very dangerous situation. They're putting their lives in danger 100%, but they're doing it for the greater good. And like, once again, we wouldn't know how bad this hurricane was going to be for Jamaica if it wasn't for them. So super thankful for them. They do use military grade aircraft designed for shock loads and violent turbulence. But I'm telling you, it's not like a spacecraft with superhuman technologies that make them invulnerable to hurricanes. They're just airplanes. So a lot of people, whenever we talk about the hurricane hunters, a lot of people do ask, why not just use drones? And that's a good question. Maybe one day that we probably will. But hurricanes knock out GPS and radio signals. It's like they're really notorious for that, right? In fact, a lot of times, especially when these planes are in the eye wall, we don't have any communication with them. We only get an update of their location right before they enter the eye wall, once they're in the eye, and then once they come out the other side. So that doesn't work very well if you're trying to control a drone in a hurricane and you lose GPS. So that, even military grade drones can lose contact once they hit the storm's eye wall. And that's just not great. So you've got to, without having that remote control, it's better, at least with today's technology, it's better to have the plane in there, which are built like flying tanks. Also, we've got good drone technology, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't think that we have drones that are actually good enough to handle the kind of turbulence that would come along with, a 200 mile per hour hurricane, for example. And also, like, most of our drones are designed.
Well, if you don't want to go to sleep, join me in Satisfactory.
For this kind of thing, right? So I don't even know if they've got the lightning,
I just dropped
water
an
intrusion
announcement.
kind of technology that would be needed. I don't think that when people are building drones right now, they're thinking about those kinds of things. Because it's not just wind; it's lightning, it's water, it's microbursts, updrafts. You know what I mean? Super cooled rain hitting it at 150 miles per hour. I mean, you gotta have a pretty good drone. And then if you lose the ability to control the drone or communication with the drone, then you've got a $10 million litter that's going into the ocean. You know what I mean? Are we 30 minutes to landfall? No, I would say that we're a little bit farther than that. But I mean, don't get me wrong; it's definitely approaching quick. I wouldn't say quickly, but it's getting close. The outer part of the eye is definitely about to cross over onto land here near Alligator Pond and Black River. Yeah, the cameras are still working. We don't have any cameras right now that are showing anything spectacular just yet, which is actually pretty crazy. You would think that the Little London camera by now would be showing something more intense, but not yet. The most intense thing that we've got as far as camera coverage goes is still the flooding that's happening over here at the Flat Bridge. Yeah, someday drones will take over the dirty work, I'm sure, but it's right now it still takes a pilot. And there's also, it's more than just a pilot. There's meteorologists, there's scientists, there's engineers. There's a lot of people a part of that team and a part of that crew that are needed for us to get the data right now. Did you say we can't have a hurricane much stronger than this? That's right. That's right, Allison. This is not going to be good. Yeah, so to make that make a little bit more sense, one of the ways that you can think about it is think of an elastic band, right? You can only pull it back so far before it snaps back or it breaks or you can't pull it back anymore. The atmosphere has a similar limit. You can't go beyond a certain point. And 892 millibars, you're getting close. You're getting close. It's about to snap. You know what I'm saying? All right, NOAA 2 is getting very close to the storm now. Still, we're getting a live update here at 420 mile per hour ground speed. They're at 20,000 feet, so they're going to have to dive down about 10,000 feet over the next 30 minutes or so as they approach the eye. All right, we just got a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. It's official, 896 minimum central pressure, 896 millibars, 180 mile per hour winds. That's what they're going with the 8 a.m. advisory. Sub 900 millibar storm in the Atlantic, guys. And it's our third category 5 of the year. What? Yeah, 180 mile per hour sustained winds, by the way. It's not like, it's going to blow 100 miles an hour and then 180 and then 120 and then, no, it's at least 180 the whole time. And then every once in a while it gusts to 215, maybe 220 miles per hour. That is a nonstop, several hours long tornado that these people are going to have to go through. What would happen if it snaps? I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't know what would happen if we broke the rules of physics here. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we just had a record-breaking data come in from this plane that just went through the eye of Hurricane Melissa. And just to show you what the people in that plane saw as they were going through the eye, this is what it looked like. This is actually real footage from Hurricane Melissa yesterday. Likely Very similar imagery today as the storm went through. Location of landfall, it's going to be somewhere around Black River or Alligator Pond. Melissa is a Category 5 storm. It's actually an upper echelon Category 5. It's a high-end Cat 5. 175 mile per hour winds, 180 now, and 215, 220 mile per hour gusts, and it's about to make landfall. We are entering the peak period for this storm. We are entering a chapter where the damage reports are going to start coming in here very shortly. The storm is moving very slow, just a few miles per hour, which amplifies the danger. Once again, you think about 180 mile per hour winds, and you sustain them. Now do that for an hour or two, and the damage that will come from that is unimaginable. I really don't think that, as much as we've yapped about it, I don't think people are grasping quite how bad this is going to be for Jamaica. Yeah, so that was the eye of the storm. Coming back over here to the flat bridge, the water continues to rise. This is all thanks to rainfall, which is about to intensify, so the water is about to get even higher. Here's another look at weather-wise, showing the latest satellite imagery. It is getting close. It is getting close to landfall now. And by the way, as this is going to be devastating for Black River and the surrounding areas, but this is what they're going to see from the ground, right? Like this, it's actually very rare that such a perfect eye makes landfall. Very unlucky the people who are going to experience this, but they will be able to go outside and look up and see this. And some of the few people who have ever lived on Earth ever to see something like this. It's unfortunate what has to come before and after that, but it's unbelievable what they're about to experience here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, since it looks like it's honing in on the Black River area, I just want to say that the storm surge estimates that we looked at earlier, where a lot of the river and the various streams that branch out from it will be inundated with saltwater flooding, which is what storm surge is. That will happen because it's not only guided by the winds pushing the water onshore around the east side of the hurricane, but it's also guided literally by the difference in pressure in the eye versus the surrounding areas. That rapid change acts to push water outward. With the low pressure in the center there will push the water outward basically as like a wall almost. So you'll see that saltwater flooding, and it's already happening for sure in the Black River area. Unfortunately, that will cause that storm surge to rise. So there will be relatively local impacts in terms of storm surge, just due to how the island is laid out. And in this region, a lot of the areas just off the coast rise considerably to 10 or 20 meters inland, where a lot of residential areas are. And I don't think we're quite going to see 50 or 60-foot storm surge, but I don't really know, because we don't have a lot of data on landfalling hurricanes of this intensity. So I, of course, hope that everyone there was able to prep, and I feel a deep sense of melancholy, anyone who was not able to relocate, because a lot of people are just not able to relocate in this. And that's why we need to, prepare for grim news and all this stuff. And that's why you need to also make sure that you're thinking about yourself whenever you're taking all this in. We will be here for you because we will just do this, but that does not mean that you have to be here the entire time. If we learn about bad news now or after the fact, you should protect yourself from that.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Second here. If you're just now tuning in, we've got Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest storms of all time in the Atlantic, about to make landfall in Jamaica. We are just moments away from that happening. And while we await some of the reports to come in from the devastating winds and storm surge, we're continuing to monitor the hurricane reconnaissance flights and the data that they're sending back. We just got an 892 millibar pressure reading from one of these planes, 182 mile per hour winds. Another plane's about to go through. We just got an update from the National Hurricane Center. The 8 a.m. advisory officially put this at 896 millibars with 180 mile per hour winds, making it the 6th strongest storm officially of all time in the Atlantic, just barely behind Milton from last year. Milton actually bottomed out at 895. But we'll see this other plane that's coming in might even record the 892 again, which is once again something that we should consider when considering how strong the storm actually is. We've never seen this happen before. We've never seen a storm of this magnitude come into Jamaica. So like Andy was just saying, we don't really know exactly how bad the storm surge is going to be and where it's going to get into and all this kind of stuff, because we're about to find out. You know what I mean? We're about to learn a lot from this storm, unfortunately, as it makes landfall near Black River within the next little bit. I mean, we're getting close. It's crunch time now. Yellow plane here is going to be our second pass within the past hour through the eye of the storm. I would give it another 15, 20 minutes before it's in there. Okay, yeah, it's even closer now. It's pretty close to the western side of Jamaica now, this plane. It's actually getting into the strong winds and some of the thicker clouds there, the taller clouds. Yeah, 892 is what that plane got. 182, 883 essentially. And with 182 mile per hour winds is what the plane recorded. But officially from the National Hurricane Center, they've got it down as 896. Melissa is currently a Category 5 with 180 mile per hour winds. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. We're talking a lot about millibars, so I'll just go ahead and say what that is. Where millibar is essentially the unit of pressure, and pressure is, if you look straight up, how much does all of that out to outer space weigh on your head? That is the variable we're describing here. So when we're in the center of a hurricane, there is a massive, rapid, like trillions of kilograms of rising force and mass that is being departed into the upper atmosphere by the rapidly rising winds in the eye wall, and then there's sinking air in the middle that clears out that eye and warms it up for some of the variables that we're describing here with eye dryness and temperature at the surface and all this. But specifically, the pressure in the center of that hurricane is just how much mass relative to its surroundings has been evacuated out and away from it in an outflow channel. And if it is 893 millibars in the center of the hurricane versus a surrounding 1013 millibars, our standard pressure at the surface at sea level, then that's probably somewhere around 20 to 25% of the total mass of the atmosphere, because a lot of that weight, all of the molecules and chemicals and everything that's in the air, nitrogen, oxygen, those are the chemicals I'm talking about, are very low. They're concentrated a lot more toward the surface. So that lowest layer of the surface is where most of the mass is. So yeah, you are in fact evacuating like 25%, 20 or 25% of the mass of the atmosphere above this hurricane with that sort of pressure reading in the center relative to its surroundings. That's a rough estimate. There are equations you can run through and do derivations and all that stuff to verify that, but it is going to be right around that range, just due to the relationship between how much mass is near the surface and how much about like the weight of everything in the atmosphere and how it's moving, how the hurricane is just flinging it out from the center.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, when the eye wall starts scraping the south coast here, which is happening now, this is it. This is the most violent part of the storm that's making contact with Jamaica. We've got significant storm surge starting to happen now. We've got winds over 180 miles per hour possible as the eye wall makes contact with the shore here. And then we've also got some pretty high elevation areas that the storm's going to go over pretty quickly, and the winds could gust even higher up there, well over 200 miles per hour. Is going to be possible above sea level. So it'll be a pretty devastating hour or two, and then if this thing continues to go this slow, we're just going to continue to hear about the devastating impacts as we go forward. Right now, we're watching the western part of Jamaica the hardest, but do not let your guard down in Kingston and places like Jeffreytown and Port Antonio. The storm is going to get worse for you all as well before it gets better. So we're going to do a recon check-in every 5 minutes here as we await the next plane. There is another plane that's taken off from Florida that's getting ready to go in here and give us some more readings. We did lose a lot of our cameras again, so we'll try to get those back. But even without cameras, we'll be able to tell you a lot of information just from the reports that are coming in, stuff like that. I'm going to try to get the eye count down back up here in just a little bit. But I would say that we are within an hour. Within an hour. So once again, we are entering the big chapter here of the storm where we're going to start hearing a bunch of reports. We don't have anything significantly breaking yet. Whenever that stuff starts coming in, though, it's going to be pretty intense, just to forewarn you. This is not going to be good. This is a Katrina-level generational event that will be remembered for the rest of our lives. So prepare yourself. Seriously, it's going to be bad. Hopefully the people that are actually living there have already prepared and have taken every precaution necessary to protect their life and their property and their families and everything. Our thoughts are obviously with them, as there's nothing else we can do now other than relay the information as it comes out. The pressure is officially down to 896 millibars with winds of 180 miles per hour. Katrina was 902 at its strongest point. So this is a stronger storm than Katrina, just to put it into perspective. Yeah, Little London's still working. They're all coming back. And whenever I say we've lost all the cameras, like I'm just literally noticing in real time that they've all frozen. But they're all back now. So we'll keep them up and we'll look at them as time goes on. Still not seeing anything very significant from them, to be honest. We've got significant flooding still happening over here at Flatbridge. But most of these are in Kingston, which is pretty far away from where the storm's making landfall. Especially considering how tight the strongest part of the storm is, the core, you know. So yeah, within the next couple of minutes, we're going to get that other plane that's about to go through the center of the storm, and we'll get another reading. I think that if it's around 893 still, they might even change that for the actual official hurricane listing. I think that we could like mark that down instead of 896. Somebody in chat asked, why is it not moving very fast? Andy did a really good job of explaining this earlier or yesterday. But just to kind of touch on that again, it's not really that it's deciding to move fast or slow. It's stuck, right? It's trapped. The steering winds that usually push hurricanes along have basically disappeared. So it's just sitting there, or at least that's been the case, right? That's why it's in there. But you're going to notice that it's going to start moving faster. You can already tell. And you're going to tell a lot, especially once it gets past Jamaica and past Cuba. It's going to rocket off towards Bermuda. But what's going to happen is, this trough that's coming into the eastern part of the United States is going to steer it away. It's going to push it out. It's going to pull it up, and it's going to eject very quickly off towards the North Pole. But the reason why that hasn't happened is because the steering currents weren't there. It's just been kind of lodged in this one area and unable to move. And it happened in the perfect spot with a very rich, deep amount of ocean heat content. So a lot of times, even when sea surface temperatures are high, you get a storm this strong that sits over the same area for a long time, it'll kind of cool the water down a little bit. The sea surface temperatures can cool down very quickly sometimes in such a strong storm. But right here in the Caribbean, we've got layers of warm water that go very deep all the way down into the ocean. So it's almost like an unlimited fuel source for the hurricane that it just happened to get stuck on top of. And that's why we've seen it, deepen and strengthen to a level that we really haven't seen before in this part of the world. Yeah, so basically the atmosphere hit pause. And that's why it wasn't moving. The storm was stuck. But it's no longer stuck. In fact, it's getting ushered along now by this storm system that's going to make us quite cold on the eastern side of the U.S. If you go out for Halloween, trick or treat, you notice it's chilly, say thank you to Mother Nature, because that's why we're not dealing with this hurricane in the U.S. or the Gulf. So yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we are going to continue to provide live coverage here as the storm makes landfall. We're going to have all kinds of different ways of keeping you updated on what's going on. Once again, as the outer bands of this ice start scraping the coast, that will be the peak intensity. The violent hurricane will be doing extreme damage over here. So if you want to help us get out some of this information that will be pouring in here as we start to learn it, feel free to like this stream right now so that we get promoted in the algorithm a little bit. And also put us out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. If you think what we're doing here is valuable, if you think that it's useful, help some people out and spread the word about what we're doing. We don't do commercials. We don't promote ourselves really. So the only way anybody knows about us is because of you. So I appreciate you. Yeah, sustained winds are at 180 miles per hour. And, we talked about this not too long ago, but just to put that into perspective again for anybody that may just now be tuning in, that is the winds are at least 180 miles per hour. That's the sustained winds. And then they gust up to 250, 220. So they don't get any lower than 180. That's hard to fathom. At this point, all we can do is hope for the best for the people down there right in the path of the landfall zone.
Hey, Jeff. shit. We're gonna
Yeah, I'm just looking over some of the news sources here. And once again, if you want to follow along, you can load up satellite in the WeatherWise app and look at this same infrared stuff that we're looking at and track landfall yourself. Now, a lot of people will probably start hooting and hollering about a landfall as soon as the outer part of the eye is over land here. We're actually going to wait until the middle of the eye is over land before we call that a landfall. Quite literally the storm of the century. I mean, on a lot of different levels, yes, and especially for the people of Jamaica. Nothing has been dealt with over here like this ever. So all you can do is hope for the best for the people over here between Alligator Pond, Malvern, Black River, Santa Cruz. The strongest part of the storm is coming in now. And the fact that this thing, I can't express how impressed I am with the ability that the storm seems to have to ignore land. It might as well, Jamaica might as well not even be there. Like, this is how a hurricane usually acts when it's not interacting with land. You would expect that when this much of the storm is hitting up against land and mountains even, that it would destabilize it a lot. And maybe it is. Maybe it actually is, but it would have been just way stronger if Jamaica wasn't there. I think there's no doubt in my mind now that this would be the strongest storm of all time, maybe, even beating out Wilma if Jamaica wasn't there, which is crazy to think about. As soon as a hurricane starts interacting with land, it can't strengthen as much as if it was over complete water.
Jamaica.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, to expand more on that, literally think of the hurricane as like the shape of a cup that goes outward as you go up your glass of water or juice that you've got. And when it goes into land, it doesn't just like go up and over land, that cup shape, that cone essentially with a flat bottom. It's going to, the land is just going to kind of intersect into it. And any disruption at any point of that cone is very detrimental to it maintaining its intensity. But in this case, when we have 1,000 to 2,000 feet high hills in the area of Jamaica that this is going to go over, it will, there's like a little bit of a time lag just due to how intense this hurricane is. It has started probably to weaken a little bit and will continue to do so as it makes landfall much more dramatically, because it's actually, the land is actually entering the center of that cone and disrupting it with a bunch of frictional force. So that's kind of a look into why hurricanes get ripped apart by land, and when they go over mountains that are much, much taller, that process is much more dramatic. That happened to Hurricane Patricia, which is still the strongest hurricane that's ever been recorded in terms of wind speed, off of the west coast of Mexico. Well, it goes into these really tall mountain range in western Mexico, and gets shredded almost instantly by 10,000, 8,000 foot peaks. So that's kind of a look into what we're expecting, why the category goes, the forecast goes down to a category 4 after it departs on the north side of the island and approaches Cuba. We look to lose a little bit, but not necessarily how much we would lose from 10,000 foot mountain range. So that's a look into that for those wondering about that.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, so to kind of continue talking about this, because it's incredibly interesting what's going on here. We're about to have landfall, and normally by now, a storm this strong slamming into land should be unraveling. but it looks like this might be maintaining, maybe even getting stronger as on its approach to Jamaica. Land is supposed to kill hurricanes. It cuts off, like the number one thing that a hurricane needs is warm ocean water, and there's none of that, on a mountain really. So
Yeah, it ain't killing this one.
The fact that it's not weakening right now speaks volumes. I mean, this is just an unbelievably powerful storm, and how it really speaks volumes as to how perfectly structured it is, and it's not going to fall apart. It's not going to weaken at any meaningful metric as it approaches here. The full force of the storm is about to unleash right now on Black River and Alligator Pond. I can't even imagine what those people are going through right now. And Jamaica isn't really a small island. It's about the size of Connecticut. It's got a mountainous terrain. Those peaks are like, think of it as like fingers literally trying to tear the hurricane apart. That's happening right now, and it's not working. It's like it's like the hurricane is immune to it for whatever reason. One of the things that's likely causing this is the fact that the oceanic heat content was so high before landfall that Melissa has built up enough momentum to overcome the land, which is something I've never seen before. I have never seen this before in all my time tracking storms. I mean, this shouldn't be happening. It should be getting much weaker. And I can't imagine how strong it would be if Jamaica wasn't there.
That would be insane.
Imagine you're a firefighter, right? The mountains of Jamaica are like firefighters. And you try to put out a fire with sand, and the sand melts. That's Melissa right now.
Oh, shit. Oh, that plane is cooked. Those planes are... I think those planes are cooked, though.
Yeah, this
like,
is
look
not
at that.
just another strong hurricane. This may become a
Those planes are
benchmark for
fucked.
how we, track the caliber of storms in the Caribbean for the future, for all of the future. So look at what happened with this plane up here. The NOAA plane looks like it's finally going in now. For whatever reason, it did several loop-de-loops
they're supposed to be built for hurricanes?
So it probably would have been in the eye by now, but they did a couple loops.
What?
And now they're officially looking, it looks like they're going towards the eye now. So we'll get that reading here very soon.
Oh, shit.
Probably, like, we were looking at the altitude earlier, and they were at 20,000 feet, and now they are at 10,000 feet. So I would say what they were doing there is just going down. They were decreasing their altitude before they got into the strong part of the storm. Because they're good pilots. You got to be a good pilot to fly a plane into one of the strongest storms that the Earth has ever seen.
All right.
I thought they were drawing something. No, not quite. Not quite. Just descending. A lot of people still asking. There's a lot of repeat questions. Andy, I think I'm gonna start clipping your answers and just start playing replays. But like, they're good questions, and I hate to leave them unanswered. Some people are still asking because we're mentioning millibars so much. Like what is a millibar? And essentially, it's just how we measure. If you don't care too much about the science, just know that the lower the number, the worse the storm. That's the first level of understanding it. The lower the number, the worse the storm. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. But to add a little bit of detail to that, think of it like the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on everything at sea level. Okay. The average sea level pressure on Earth is about 1,013 millibars. And this is 120 millibars lower than that. So
I don't know.
Yeah, think of it like a vacuum. All right, the air around the hurricane is rushing to fill this massive hole in the middle.
Yeah.
And that's leading to a decrease in the pressure. But once again, you'll hear me say 800, 900 millibars, yada, yada, yada. Just know that if I'm talking about lower numbers, we're talking about a stronger storm. And here's the thing, too. We're so blown away here by the 893 millibar reading because most strong hurricanes, a lot of the strong hurricanes that you can remember right now, bottom out at around 940 to 950 millibars. That's impressive. Like, that's a really strong storm. This one is way beyond that. The air is so light inside the storm that the atmosphere is kind of collapsing inward to balance it out.
Who?
Looks like we might have officially really lost the Westmoreland camera there. Oh, no, never mind. It's back. Keep getting faked out.
Oh, shit.
And once again, if you guys want to follow along and have this satellite view on your own phone, your own computer, Weatherwise is the app that I'm using. There's a link in the description. It's free. It's free. There is a Plus and a Pro version, and I highly recommend it. If you want to support the developers and if you want the extra perks and quality of life features and cool stuff that comes with the app, if you're a weather nerd, I promise you'll love it. Definitely get the Plus or the Pro, but you don't have to. It's free, and there's no ads. It's free, and there's no ads. Weatherwise, there's a link in the description. Zooming out just to show you some context here. This is Hurricane Melissa. This is Cuba. This is Florida. All right, we expect the storm is going to continue to go in this direction up towards Bermuda. It will not hit the United States. It may hit several of the Bahamas, the Crooked Island area, Mayaguana.
What do you mean?
And places
You
like
think
that. But
Cuba's going to get
most
raped?
devastating impacts are almost certainly going to happen right here over the next couple of hours in western Jamaica.
Okay.
Does your version include Pro? Yes. So I'm using Weatherwise Pro. Of course, you know what I mean? Like, I can do pretty much everything that is needed to be done to run this live stream, to guide. Sometimes, guys, there's 500,000 people watching, especially when we have something big going on in the United States. I can do it all with this app, and it's free. You know what I mean? And then with the Pro version, it's still like 800,000% cheaper than this whatever software your local TV station is using. So you can have like the same level of a tool that the National Weather Service, your local TV station, uses for free, plus a small subscription on top if you want the extra stuff. Yeah, there's radars around the world. There's Germany radars, Japan, all over the place. All right, let's go through these cameras again. Flooding still ongoing here in Flatbridge. You can see the winds are starting to increase as well. But man, we've still got people walking around out here in Kingston. This is the Little London camera. Looks like it might be down. Let's refresh it. Okay, it's back. We're starting to see the winds pick up here. We'll see them pick up a little bit more before they ultimately get as strong as they're going to get. Here's the harbor at Kingston again. Kingston is pretty far away from where the storm's making landfall, just for reference. But still, lots of rain coming down right now. Our most impressive imagery, honestly, is coming from the satellite right now. So that's where we're going to keep it for the most part. We do have our second plane, the NOAA Kermit nicknamed plane, is about to get into the eye right now, and this is what they're going to see. So they're going to punch through the eye, and this is what it's going to look like. This is a real video that was taken yesterday from this very plane as it went into the eye of Melissa yesterday. So honestly, the view is probably going to be even more impressive than this. You can see how there's still some clouds and stuff down there. It's even more clear right now than this was. So just an absolutely unbelievable image that these pilots are about to see in the next couple of seconds. Once they get in the middle there, they're going to drop a device, and that device is going to tell us everything that we need to know about the storm as it makes landfall in Jamaica. John says, to be honest, for a Cat 5, the cameras make it seem like it ain't so bad. Well, that's because all the cameras that we have access to right now are very outside of the part of the storm that is hitting Jamaica that is actually a Cat 5. All of the cameras that are available are pretty far away. Now, the storm's going to get worse in Kingston. It's going to get worse in Little London and these places, and we'll show that. But it's probably going to be impossible to see exactly what's happening right on the landfall area, because even, you know, somebody who's got a Starlink set up or whatever they might have during the peak of the storm, is going to be hard to get any sort of signal. And power's certainly already out around Black River. If it's not, then that's a miracle. One of the telltale signs about, just from looking at satellite about how strong this storm is just looking at how round and clean the eye is. It's perfectly symmetrical. That's the mark of a storm operating near maximum efficiency. This is think of an engine running on full throttle. This is that. This is the full throttle atmospheric engine going on, about to plow through the western side of Jamaica right now. And once again, just to explain the colors briefly again, the deep red and black show cloud tops colder than about minus 80 degrees Celsius.
La, la.
The colder the clouds, the taller, more than likely. So that's what we're assuming here. Some very tall, cold clouds as a result of the thunderstorms that are wrapping around the center of Hurricane Melissa. All right, the next, we should be getting some real data here from our Hurricane Hunter within the next couple of minutes. We are just minutes away from receiving another update from a plane that's flying through the eye of Hurricane Melissa right now. And this one will give us our most accurate view of what the conditions will be like when landfall actually occurs. And then right behind that, I mean, this other plane is going to turn around and go through another pass as well. So we're about to get lots of really good data here. And it's important to remember that while it looks like it's moving fast now compared to what it was looking like yesterday, this is a loop of several, at least a couple of hours, right? And so it's really not moving that fast. It's going at a walking pace. So once the devastating winds start in whatever area they start in, they're going to be there. They're going to be lasting a long time. You know what I'm saying?
What was that? What's that?
And I got to mention again how stunned I am right now by how stable the storm is. Any other storm that we've ever covered, any other storm that I've ever tracked that's interacting with land this much gets torn apart. And if it doesn't get torn apart, it at least shows some sort of visual indication that the storm's getting weaker. But the eye is still perfectly symmetrical. it's honestly, it's terrifying how stable the core still looks right now. The storm's inner energy, all of the energy that it picked up from that unbelievable ocean heat content in the Caribbean, is overriding the friction from
So when
the
a
land.
when the core of a thing is smooth, does that mean it's stable? When a core is smooth, Jefferson. When a core is when a hurricane core is smooth, does that mean it's stable? Oh,
we'll go over to a clean view of the satellite here.
So what you're saying is that
most recent
is at some point it just restabilized itself?
Flight update. I'm going to go into weather-wise here. I'm going to turn warnings off. I'm going to turn a couple different layers off and just screenshot
the more
that.
stable it is, the longer it'll stay.
We will likely not see anything like this again for a while.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh shit. And they
Holy
don't normally do
smokes.
that.
Not all the
Do
way
they?
up. Not all the way up until land. No.
Oh, fuck. That's kind of scary, to be honest.
I don't know how long we'll keep the little London camera, but it's got to be close to getting some more extreme winds here.
Oh my god.
And by the way, if there's anybody watching in Jamaica, hopefully you're safe. Hopefully you're doing okay. And it seems like a lot of places still have power and internet. Feel free to share with us what you're seeing right now. Wind direction, power flickers, rain rates, any of that. It's very useful information to us. You can try Twitter or X, sending stuff over there. And you can also go to ryanhallyall.com/submit and submit photos and videos. Obviously, only do so if you can do so safely. We don't need it, but if you want to, we will show your submissions on air. It'll help us tell the story. Honestly, like we're going to be in the dark down here, and I don't expect anybody to be communicating with us in the actual eye wall. But anything helps.
Imagine if somebody somehow still had electricity in the eye wall. That'd be nuts.
Yeah, ryanhallyall.com/submit. Or if you want to just do Facebook, or I'm sorry, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. If you do Ryan Hallyall and you tweet a photo or a video or something, Y'allbot will respond to you
live
and be like, "Hey, are we good to show this on air?" And all you got to do is say yes, and then I'll get it.
Oh damn!
I've been live for over 3 hours. Like Jesus.
Hey William, thank you for the super chat.
And I'm running on like 4 hours of sleep too.
Oh shit!
It's crazy to see the weather intensity score so high as well. It's 111 right now, completely driven by this hurricane. The intensity of the hurricane and the proximity of the hurricane to the United States is what drives the score. So, I mean, this is still pretty far away from the United States. So I can imagine if we had a hurricane of this magnitude making landfall in the United States, the weather intensity score would probably be in the 500, 600, 700 range right now.
Damn!
Just to put that into perspective.
New flood warnings coming out here.
East.
New freeze warning in Colorado.
All right, we're just about to get a good update here. You can see the plane is in the eye.
They're circling that shit. They're like they're going up in that bitch.
So it already recorded 140 mile per hour wind gust over here on the northwest side.
Damn.
We'll see what kind of pressure we get in the middle, but they are just now entering the eye. This is what the pilots of that plane see right now as they're going through the eye, and we're going to get that data parsed here in just a couple minutes.
Oh, man.
And so for the people who are talking about the plane, right, a lot of people are fascinated by the idea that, there's planes flying into this hurricane. And don't get me wrong, you have every right to be fascinated. But just to give you some more perspective on that, let me show you this. This is the flight that we're looking at right now, the one that's going into the eye. This is the altitude change over 10 seconds. We looked at this yesterday. This is actually a little bit more insane. Literally in a very short period of time, we go from plus 325 feet. Oh, let me move myself here. We go from plus 325 feet to minus 374 feet. So essentially a 700 to 800 foot change in altitude over a very short period of time. That is, once again, like a roller coaster, but on a whole nother level. So you definitely have to be built different to be part of the crew that goes on one of these flights. We were talking about it yesterday.
And that
this
is
stuff
them
right here,
trying to maintain
a very quick change of
altitude.
100 to 200 feet in elevation.
And that is
going
the
to ruin
winds
your flight. Like that's the worst flight you've
bouncing
ever
the
been on in
plane
your
up
life,
and down.
as on like a commercial flight, right? So I just can't even
That's what
imagine
that
what
is,
this is
Owen.
like. That's got to be crazy.
That is them inside the hurricane getting blown around. That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, we're starting to see some larger white caps in the Kingston Harbor. Some bigger waves. Oh wow, look at them crashing up over there.
Oh, damn. Look at that.
Holy smokes.
Look at that.
So the water's really
Big
starting to come into
waves.
Kingston now.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Yeah, we're really starting to see some bigger waves and some larger swells move into the Kingston Harbor. The winds and the rain really, it's not that bad yet in Kingston, from what I can tell, but we're starting to notice the water come in. For those of you who are just now tuning in, Melissa is now a sub 900 millibar. Just means very strong, a Category 5 hurricane with winds at 180 miles per hour. This makes Hurricane Melissa the top strongest hurricane in modern history to make landfall, putting it up there with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. So, like, we've had hurricanes with a lower central pressure out in the middle of the ocean that didn't make landfall, but this is going to be the lowest landfalling hurricane, lowest pressure landfalling hurricane, the strongest landfalling hurricane in modern times.
Well, I know the town that's going to
And
be
it's happening
in
in
the
Jamaica,
official
where they
landfall
haven't
list,
seen a hurricane of this caliber,
or I should
obviously
say
ever,
towns.
but also in just a very long time. It's been a while since we've had to deal with something like this down here.
Crawford, Sandy Ground, and Camp Bridge are in the direct path of this Category 5 hurricane. I mean, the absolute bullseye. So if you were in Crawford,
Okay, so I think we're getting the data.
Or in
We're seconds away from getting a new
Ridge,
update here.
Get up into the higher elevation now. This is your last chance.
From our reconnaissance data, and I think that we're going to be pretty shocked by what we see.
If you can, that is. Hey,
once again, just
Owen,
here in the next couple of minutes,
Yeah.
we're going to see an update on that minimum pressure and maximum winds from this plane over here. NOAA 213,
depending on how bad the
231-3A. That's the mission. That's the call sign for this mission.
I think I'm going to sound the alarm here.
They're probably not in the eye now, but we're just waiting to get the data in. Yeah, 966 was the last. 966 is inaccurate. Just wait a little bit here.
If that's dropping that fast on the outer edges of the eye wall, I can't wait to see what it says in the center. Watch it say like 190 mile an hour winds in the center, or 185 or something like that, and I'd say 879 millibars. Be insane.
A lot of people are asking how to track the planes in WeatherWise. So the plane tracking is not in WeatherWise yet.
Lowest pressure currently is
something that they're still working on. I've got it set up for myself, but it's kind of buggy.
Yeah, like
sometimes it'll show a pressure that's not real.
Like that.
And we don't want that in your app. You know what I mean? So the real engineers behind WeatherWise are working hard on getting that
if it really
in the app for the next hurricane. It won't be available for this one. But I promise I'll share with you in real time everything that's coming out here. Preliminarily, from what I can tell, this is another wonky data dump on us here. But from what I can tell, it does seem like it is getting stronger or maintaining. Still around that 892 millibars with 180, 190 mile per hour winds. Once we get that fully parsed and we get an update on the data, I'll let you know more. Which is crazy. I mean, this thing should be getting weaker at an unbelievably rapid pace right now. It's not. It might even be getting stronger on its approach. That I'm telling you all right now, that should not be happening. The NOAA plane pulled 3.8 Gs on the last pass. That's crazy. Yeah, so flight radar, on stuff like Flight Aware and Flight Radar, you can see the position of the planes. I don't know if you can see the extrapolated pressure and stuff like that. I could be wrong. I don't know if you can see the info from the drop sonde. Okay, yeah, there it is. Fully parsed. 892.5. 892.5 is our minimum pressure from that pass of the NOAA 2 plane. So it's officially stronger than the last pass. So once again, I think that the National Hurricane Center should designate this as an 893 millibar storm. It's 896 officially on their board. We've got two planes now with 892, 893 readings. So it has gotten stronger on its final approach to Jamaica, which is, I don't want to say this over and over again. It sounds like I'm being dramatic, but it's unbelievable, unbelievable. And now we've got this other plane, the Air Force plane, that's going to go through again, and it might even make it through before official landfall. $892 millibars just offshore is unfathomable. You could have told me yesterday that you thought that was going to be what happened, and I would have laughed at you. I would have laughed in your face. But yeah, I wish we had really high quality radar in Jamaica, because I think that would be another really fascinating thing to analyze here, because this thing has some of the fastest winds that a storm can have, but they are very obviously tightly packed around that eye. We're not seeing crazy winds, even in the Little London area. But I am hearing word that this camera that we've got access to, which is down now, somebody told me that it might be about 30 minutes behind. So that would explain a lot. Once again, you can see the water coming into the Kingston Harbor now. Ryan, when is official landfall? I would say we're probably under an hour now. What do you think, Andy? A little bit under an hour before official landfall?
We'll probably see it be about an hour and 15 minutes, since landfall is essentially the low and mid-level center of the storm is over land officially. So that's what that designates to. That's what we'll be waiting for. The official statement from the National Hurricane Center will correspond to that.
Awesome. So as soon as a part of the eye starts making contact with land, I'll probably change our overlay back. It's going to say landfalling now because I don't have time to change the calculation, but I think that's good enough. That'll answer a lot of people's questions, and we'll explain that landfalling is a process. But yeah, this is what it looks like in the Kingston Harbor as the winds pick up over here. Do we have anybody in Jamaica watching right now? Say hi in chat. Once again, I want to remind you that the first goal is to keep you safe and keep you informed. But if you want to contribute, if you want to be a part of the live stream here, we do have ways for you to share reports and information with us. First is Twitter or X.com. My handle is Ryan Hall Y'all over there. And another one is ryanhallyall.com/submit. You can submit photos and videos if you can do so safely. Obviously not required at all. All right, we got an update from the National Hurricane Center. And oh my goodness, there it is, 892 millibars, 185 mile per hour winds.
Holy shit!
So it is official. This will officially on all records be the strongest landfalling hurricane of all time. So if you're just now tuning in, we just got the latest update on Hurricane Melissa, and it's still an absolute powerhouse. That it's about 45 miles southeast of Negril, Jamaica. With sustained winds are now at 185 miles per hour, which is just unbelievable. That's a upper end category 5 intensity.
The
pressure has dropped again to 892 millibars.
Well, let me infect this guy.
This is one of the lowest readings ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. Melissa is creeping north and east at about 7 miles per hour now.
I mean, I can infect an infected guest mech.
And that slow crawl means that Jamaica is going to sit inside
turn him
of
into
that
an uninfected
with
guest mech.
185 mile per hour winds for hours. The core is tightening, and the southern coast from Negril through Mandeville to Kingston is now facing the full force of the eye wall. Specifically, Black River to Alligator Pond, over to Maypen and Mandeville. That's where the worst of the storm is going to be coming into right here. This is the definition of a historic storm here, y'all.
It's very angry.
Oh, dispenser. Yeah. No.
And I hate to be repetitive, but I do want to make sure that everybody that's coming in gets the latest information. We have an update from the National Hurricane Center. This is now a 185 mile per hour category 5 hurricane with a central pressure of 892 millibars. The lowest, one of the lowest readings ever.
Remember, I can't use Titan request until wave 15.
Reading for a landfalling hurricane ever.
Look, see, I told you I can infect those guys.
This may be the strongest landfalling hurricane that we've seen ever. The movement is northeast at 7 miles per hour. And we have an update.
All right, now use your swords and laser sword throw.
Yeah, Brian, and by strongest ever, we mean the Atlantic Basin,
Yeah.
because there is a lower pressure and higher wind speed landfall.
Do you have sword throw at least?
Those typhoons that affect the Philippines. And by the way, a typhoon is the same thing as a hurricane. It's just a different part of the globe, a different ocean basin.
Use jetpack to slash at them. Try and slash.
By the agencies that forecast them and cover them. So there has
they
been
killed all.
over
Wait,
there,
Nathan.
but in
Nathan.
terms of
Nathan.
The Atlantic,
I'm gonna try and
Caribbean,
see if I can.
And the Gulf. This is the strongest landfalling. It's tied for the strongest landfalling in terms of pressure and wind.
Shit. Yeah, I just
very much.
laser him with that.
So once again, just the bottom line is this is pretty crazy what's going on over here in Jamaica, and all we can do is hope and you know.
Oh, I think it's time to pull out the red
screen.
screen.
People out there and hope that they're hunkering down.
Oh!
We're going to start getting some reports in here soon. Catastrophic winds are now moving onshore across southern Jamaica. If you're listening to me and you're from Jamaica, this is your last chance to protect your life. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Take
so
cover
weird.
now. You've heard that a million times, but I've never said that and meant it more than I do right now. This is crazy what's happening here. If you're in a sturdy building, get into an interior room with no windows. Treat this as if it's a tornado. All right? You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Cover yourself with a mattress or blanket.
Why are these guys
Wear
on
a
the
helmet
ground?
if you have one.
Just so you know, Nathan.
And do not leave the shelter, okay? It's going to get really bad really fast.
Wait, let me
and then
high-end
it's going to get really quiet.
With 185 mile per hour winds.
One of the clearest eyes that has ever made landfall is about to make landfall right over you. And it's going to feel like the best day ever as far as weather goes. Honestly, that's going to last a while because this is moving so slow. We might have an hour-long break in the middle of this thing in the eye. But just know that you shouldn't leave your shelter just because the winds calm down. It's going to come back. And you've got to stay in that shelter. And unfortunately, we're going to be there for a long time. This is a slow mover. It's going to take several hours for this to be over. The calm is temporary. Keep that in mind when the eye hits. The calm is temporary. Violent winds on the backside will return
Normally I can
without
infect
warning.
these guys.
And we've got planes
let me try. Never mind.
Hurricane right now that are confirming to us that the hurricane is still strengthening as it makes landfall, which is not usual and something to be concerned about. And it's another reason to take this seriously. If you weren't already.
I got that guy on there. I got this guy.
And just to say this again, because it's true, the storm is now testing the upper limits of what the Earth's atmosphere can sustain. And to add to that, meteorologist Andy Hill's got something for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan. So let's go through the specific impacts as much as I can remember. I'll relay right now. We're thinking about the south and north side of the island as well as the interior. So first, the south side.
Let me infect one of these non-moving guys.
We're going to have that low pressure of the hurricane push out water from the center, and we're also going to have onshore winds on the east side, both of which are going to contribute to the storm surge vulnerability that exists on the immediate coasts and in the Black River Valley there along the streams and paths that it takes. On the west side near Negril is going to be some storm surge once the hurricane is.
There's no way that guy's gonna survive, bro.
The winds will shift to coming from the north-northwest, eventually coming from the west, and that will promote a little bit of surge that goes into the lowest lying elevations there. The higher elevations in the neighborhoods in Negril should be
I forgot. Camera shaking
but there will be definitely some saltwater flooding, which is what storm surge
I know. It didn't
pushing
survive.
the ocean inland. For Montego Bay on the north side and areas near areas just east of there, wherever is west of the track that the eye takes over Jamaica, we will see.
Nathan, I think I just created a fart storm.
It passes about halfway over the island.
Did you see that? I just created a poop volcano.
For areas of Montego Bay, St. Brandsburg, and Salt Marsh. Maybe
well, that's what it
Falmouth,
looked like.
Anywhere that's low lying there, such as the what's it called? The Seawind Beach in Montego Bay. That will see some storm surge for sure due to the orientation of the winds as the hurricane progresses. The interior.
Don't skip. Oh wait, no, do skip.
A bunch of hills along the path of this where we will see.
Don't worry, I didn't skip yet.
Due to the extreme winds and also.
Oh right, I have to wait for the next wave.
A little bit as we go up in elevation. So
after this wave, and then I can use Titan,
stronger winds within the eye wall as it passes over. This will cause landslides and mudslides when combined with all of the rainfall that will occur here. Entire communities will be cut off. The National Hurricane Center has said as much. There will, by landslides and mudslides, and then there will be those very high winds as well.
We gotta combo our abilities.
There is nothing else to say. This is a somber tone that we're maintaining here. We're not oogling at data the entire time. You know, we're not thinking about the anthropogenic effects of this. You know, we're thinking about the humanity, and we're covering it as such.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. With a reminder of like the reality of what we're facing here. It's just one of the worst things that could possibly ever happen in Jamaica is about to happen here, as we are moments away from landfall. And with still a perfectly circular eye, just an incredibly powerful storm. Just another reminder, just in case there's somebody out there that's listening to this that hasn't heard yet, you know, let's just go through everything that Andy just went through again. Some more safety advice and stuff. Coastal low-lying communities such as Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Clarendon need to be evacuated or already in shelter. Storm surge up to 13 feet is still possible. And we're probably already starting to experience that to some degree, especially down here around Alligator Pond, up there towards Mandeville, and places like that. Once again, this is one of the last chances you may have to protect your life. We're lucky, honestly, that this thing has such a tight wind field, because we've had time before the worst of the winds came in. If you live in a hillside community above the south coast, you risk landslides and flash flooding. We still think 30 to 40 inches of rain is going to be possible here. Half that is going to be down within the next couple of hours, and then we're going to have persistent rain bands hitting even after the core of the storm's passed. Like Andy was talking about, power loss is extremely likely. Prepare for days without power or water, potentially much longer than days. Every discussion has mentioned communities being isolated. So there's people that are going to be cut off from resources, aid, local officials, local government services, and internet and power and society in general for an extended period of time as a result of this storm. And just another reminder, you want to stay indoors once the eye wall hits. I think that this is going to be a very rare experience for humans. You know what I mean? Like, going through this eye is going to be very weird. It's going to feel like the storm is over. And I can't tell you exactly what that's going to feel like because I've never been in an eye. And once again, most people who have ever lived haven't. But it's not over. And without warning, those winds will come back just as strong as they were. You got to stay sheltered for the eye. If you live near steep terrain, clear any debris ahead of time as possible. It's probably too late for that. Afterwards, be ready for roads and bridges to be damaged or impassable. So keep that in mind. If you've got a plan right now, you think you're going to go hit the bridge, take the road down here, this is what you're going to do after the storm, those things likely won't exist. So keep that in mind. Avoid the coast and rivers entirely until the all clear is given. Surge and flooding may continue even after the peak winds reduce, and that's very possible. The National Hurricane Center is going to be live in about an hour, so we should definitely watch that. Somebody make sure you send me that link whenever they go. Will that be on YouTube? Yeah, I think they go live on YouTube. Where are the planes now? Let me zoom out a little bit and show you. It looks like this one's about to go in for another pass. So I believe that's the Air Force plane. Yeah, the Air Force plane is about to go in for another pass. This is a real-time view of our Hurricane Hunter planes that are getting ready to go back into the storm. It's possible that we get another reading before landfall, but there's also a very good possibility that this will happen right at landfall too. This one's still got to get oriented here. It's going to be a second before it gets in there. But yeah, they're both outside of the storm's core right now. A huge shout out to Ezra. Thank you so much for the very generous support. Current millibars and wind speed. So the wind speed is all the way up to 185 miles per hour, and that central low pressure is down to 892. So this is one of the strongest storms of all time. What are the wind gusts of this? If it can be measured, we're probably going to see wind gusts well over 200 miles per hour, especially in some of the higher elevations there, and especially right on the shore. There will be several wind gusts above 200 miles per hour. Sustained winds will be at 185, which means that they won't go lower than that. Another thing that it's probably the thing that we've talked about the least, but storm surge is going to reach up to 13 feet. That's enough to submerge single-story homes near the shoreline. And there's a lot of those. We've seen them on some of the Google Maps imagery that we've been looking at. And you got to think, too, waves ride on top of the storm surge, meaning that the total water depth could be 15, 16, 17 feet in some areas if you count the waves. Another thing that is, there was one of the storm chasers. I don't remember if it was Josh, Icyclone, or somebody was talking about like how they prepare for the hurricanes the other day, and it was really interesting to me. A reminder: if you ever find yourself in one of these hurricanes, don't go outside. Yeah, obviously, right? But specifically, don't go outside on a balcony or something like that and face south or like into the wind, because even if there's not debris, literal sand and salt can become shrapnel that can really injure you at 150 to 200 miles per hour. Literal salt can injure you to the point of it being very, very bad, which is something that I never really thought about. So yeah, just obviously, hopefully you're not going to be in a position where you're outside anyways, but just it's another thing to think about. Yeah, Josh is down there. He doesn't have a live stream. I'm talking to several storm chasers who are recording video clips, but they're not transmitting a live stream. Similar to sandblasting, yeah. Give me just a second, guys. I'm reading some stuff, some news as it comes in. And by the way, I'm looking at chat here. You guys are kind of my eyes. Like if I'm missing anything, if there's a camera that we should cut to, if there is a new update from the plane and I'm not getting to it yet, just holler at me. I'm looking at chat. Just type plane if I need to look at the plane. Type Sea Jamaica number 6 if I need to look at Sea Jamaica number 6. You guys can be my directors. Hurricane, yeah. Yeah, I've got that covered. I think we're good on that. The flooding continues to get worse here over at Flatbridge. It's not really risen that much. From the time we started the stream to about 2 hours ago, the water rose very quickly. But I think the rain's kind of calmed down now. It's about to pick up, though, and then we'll see this rise pretty quickly again. And we've got Jared here. I see we got Dalton, Kinsey. You guys, if you guys see anything anywhere, just drop it in there and I'll relay it as it comes out. I would say we'll get our next bout of recon data. It'll probably be 30 minutes or more at this point. Both of the planes are turning around. And they're getting ready to go back in, but they're pretty well outside of the storm, and now they're chasing it again, so they're going after it. So landfall is, we're still a little bit out here. Once again, it's going to be whenever the center of the eye makes it onto land. So whenever the outside of the eye makes it onto land, that's when landfall is starting. And we'll put that on the screen just because I know it's the question everybody's asking. And then the landfall process will be completed, I guess, once the center of the eye makes it on land. And it could take a while for that to happen because this is so slow. We do have a video here from Negril from Adrian. Thank you for sending this in. Things are still mostly calm, at least from when this was taken. But yeah, appreciate that. I showed that in the wrong way. Let me fix that real quick. So yeah, if you want to go to ryanhallyall.com/submit, that'll help us get stuff out there. Also, Frank, Jared, whoever's watching, in order for this to appear on my end, you guys have to approve it. Just a reminder on that. So there's probably a lot in there pending it, but I don't know. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, seeing lots more people getting uneasy of asking about the tide. Depending on where you're at along the island of Jamaica, the tide will vary between about 2 feet between low and high tide, or in a bay, about 8 feet. So when you are talking about storm surge numbers of 20 feet plus that are right next to the eye and the eye wall, and you're just along an exposed beach and you're seeing a difference in the tide of 2 feet, you have to consider that that's only about a 10% difference, and it's not the driving force behind why something might be damaged by the saltwater flooding from the storm surge or not. So it means that there could be a slight difference in the storm surge, but it is not, again, it's not the driving factor in this case. So a lot of people are talking about the tide. Right now we're about mid tide. We're about halfway between low and high. So I don't foresee that being, as big of a conversation point as people are going to try to make it out to be. That's the science behind it.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. If you're just now tuning in, folks along the coast in St. Elizabeth Parish, that's on the southwestern side of Jamaica, need to seek shelter immediately in a reinforced concrete structure. The strong winds will be there soon. This is as an extreme of a situation as you've ever been in your life. Almost certainly, as this is the strongest hurricane that's ever hit Jamaica ever, as far as we know. We are very close to landfall now. The strongest winds are right now coming onto the Black River area, down past Malvern, Alligator Pond, places like that, and they're going to come up into Santa Cruz, White House, and places like that over the next little bit. Alligator Pond is likely receiving a lot of storm surge right now. It's all going to hit kind of like parallel with this. The center of the storm, some of the largest water rises are coming in with that. So that's going to be hitting Alligator Pond and Malvern and Black River now, literally. NOAA 42 is heading home, it looks like. So we might not get another pass from NOAA 42. This is what they saw just a few moments ago. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey guys, while Ryan's showing that, I would say just as an update, we're about 1 hour, right about 1 hour out from landfall now. So following along with our estimations earlier pretty well for about an 11:30 a.m. landfall Eastern time.
Awesome. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're very close to landfall. Within the next 15 minutes or so, I'll put it on screen that we are, landfall is happening now, and we'll keep that up for about the hour that landfall occurs, just because I know everybody's asking when it's going to happen. But once again, this is what it looked like in the eye of Melissa yesterday, and this is what our hurricane hunters are seeing out there right now as they go through the eye. I'm hearing reports that NOAA 42, the one that experienced the 3.8 Gs, the big change in altitude, they're turning around. Same safety measures as yesterday were triggered. They surpassed the G-force limit.
He's already lost like 5,000 HP. Yeah?
Moved too quick. Oh, he's dead. That you're on.
He doesn't.
In 1 second,
Nathan,
I've got to
you
refill.
move.
I get
Nathan.
something to drink here. I'll be right back. We'll let y'all about answer a question.
All right, chat. I see a few
You
people
can move
asking,
fast
what
with
does the
the guy.
pressure mean? And that's a key question. Look, think of a hurricane as a giant, angry vacuum cleaner in the sky. The lower that pressure number, the millibars, the stronger the suck. A really low number means it's pulling in air and moisture with incredible force, which is what creates those terrifying wind speeds. So when we're all freaking out about a number dropping into the 800s, it's because the vacuum just got upgraded to an industrial model. That's the deal.
It's not a bad explanation, actually. Yeah. Are we close to the NHC live stream? This is from Jamaica. This is the
energy, telecoms, and transportation.
Let's listen.
Extremely important at this time. With us, we also have the person everybody wants to hear from, Mr. Evan Thompson, who's the head of our meteorological office here in Jamaica. Many people have said that they look forward to these briefings so they know what is happening, and I thank you all for tuning in. I thank the members in the diaspora for also tuning in and helping us to get the message to your families back home in Jamaica. So this morning we're going to have a quick briefing, and so I'm going to start with Evan Thompson. I need to acknowledge some others who are in the room. I want to acknowledge the head of ODPEM, Mr. Richard Thompson, who is here, and also the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, Marsha Henry Martin, and they've all been here overnight. I also want to acknowledge the members of the media who are here. They have been here consistently with us. We want to thank them. They're here sleeping on cots. That's how committed they are to getting the news and the information to you, and I'm very grateful to them and thank them. I know it's difficult being away from your families, but know that we are grateful to you. Another person that I need to thank are the caterers. There are a lot of people here in the emergency center, and they need to be fed. And I want to thank the mothers team that's working to provide food. They bring breakfast, lunch, and they try to bring dinner too. And everybody who is in the emergency center is fed. We cannot do this without them, so I just wanted to acknowledge them also. So let's get started with the man of the moment, Evan Thompson.
Thank you very much, Minister. And the lady of the moment is Hurricane Melissa. And we'll be hearing a lot about Hurricane Melissa today because there has been no significant change in terms of the magnitude of this system, the strength of its winds. Our satellite imagery will just give you a good picture of what is really happening out there over the waters and even over the land, because Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, continues to barrel its way. Well, not barrel its way because it's still moving pretty slowly, but moving toward the southwestern coastline of Jamaica. We are starting to experience quite a few of the impacts of this system because we have been experiencing rainfall over much of the island, especially in the west and the south of the country. We've been having some periods of heavy rainfall, mostly moderate rainfall. There have also been gusts of wind and some sustained strong winds over sections of the island. The gusts, of course, going well into tropical storm force as we went through the night last night and as we have gone through this morning so far. We recognize that the system has not yet made landfall. The center is still some distance away from the coastline, just about 70 to 75 kilometers from the southwestern coastline, and it is still moving toward the north-northeast. So it is moving closer and closer to the coastline of Jamaica. I mentioned that it has been moving slowly, but it has been moving a little bit faster than it was previously because it's now moving at 11 kilometers per hour. That's just about 7 miles per hour. And it is expected to make that turn to be more in a direction, moving in a direction toward the northeast, which is a slight shift toward the east, more so than it is going at this time. So it will continue to move toward the island, making its entry on the southwestern coastline. We do expect, let me move this slide forward a little bit so you can see and get an idea of where we're expecting it to move. First, let me just point to those circles that you're seeing on the image. Where the center is located, the inner, I refer to it as the inner core, which is that orange area that's surrounding it. And then you have the outer band, of the greens that extend across the country, which is what most of us have been experiencing thus far. But the inner core that we speak of is that orange area that we expect to be making some impact on the island, and that's where the stronger winds are concentrated. Also, the heavier rainfall is in that general area. We did say that the system is a Category 5 hurricane at this time, and when it makes landfall, it is expected to still be a Category 5 hurricane. That means it will cause catastrophic damage, life-threatening damage. There is very little that can stop a Category 5 hurricane. And regardless of the where you are in the parish of Westmoreland or St. Elizabeth, if you are under the impact of those Category 5 hurricane force winds, you will be having significant difficulty even with infrastructure that's in the area. So ensure that you are in the strongest area that you can. The recommendation from the Hurricane Center is that you would have as many walls between yourself and the outside as you can, because it is important to reinforce yourself and to ensure that you are not left vulnerable to this system. We do expect that it will gradually be reduced in strength as it moves over the island. It will fall to a Category 4 maybe, and then Category 3 as it exits the country possibly. But in the meantime, when it makes landfall, which is expected, as you can see in this image here, to be somewhere near Parati in western St. Elizabeth, that's somewhat to the east of Black River. So it will most likely make landfall in the western part of St. Elizabeth rather than in the eastern part of Westmoreland. And then it will continue moving toward the northeast. That is the direction of movement that is expected. It will continue over the northern part of St. Elizabeth and then move into southern Trelawney. And the exit is expected to be somewhere in Trelawney rather than in St. Anne. It would be most likely in the eastern end of Trelawney rather than St. Anne, where it makes its exit from the island of Jamaica. Here we see the area, this area of orange shows the outer bands of the system, where we are expecting to be experiencing impacts, heavy rainfall right across the length and breadth of Jamaica, also strong winds across the island, the amounts of rainfall that we expect. We see here again, we indicated that we would have between 20 and 30 inches, or 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall affecting sections of the island. The area that is expected to be impacted mostly has been narrowed a little bit on the map, so you'll see that Jamaica's central parishes are most at risk and extending into the west of the island as well. And then some slightly lower figures are expected for the rest of the island, but still significant rainfall. 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters is nothing to scoff at. It's still a lot of rainfall, still expected to produce significant flooding. You might be saying that this system doesn't seem to be packing much of a punch because what you've been experiencing outside doesn't seem to be worthy of all the hurrah that we're creating about the system. But the truth is, it is still some distance away from the coast, expected to move closer and then move across the island, and that means that the impacts are going to be significantly greater than you've already been experiencing. Flooding is expected, landslides are expected, storm surge is expected, and of course those strong winds we will not be able to escape, especially if you're in the path of this system and in the path close to the eye of the system. The rest of the island, I mentioned the Category 5 hurricane force winds that will be experienced over parts of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland going into Trelawney, but we are expecting tropical storm force winds over the rest of the country, and so we all should be experiencing or looking out for the experience of tropical storm winds right across the island. Here we see on our picture some of the areas that are expected to be mostly inundated from storm surge that is also expected to come onshore, and this would be in those bays and inlets in the